Chapter 1894 Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Sun. Chapter 1894 Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Sun. Still no escape. Desperate man gave her life for him, but Long Fei did not run. The powerful monk that swept the ground was now risking his life for him, but Long Fei still did not run. He would not let anyone die for him. Even if he was going to die, he would die first. The aura on Long Fei's body suddenly moved. The system emitted a red light. Ding! System notification. The level of the player is too low, unable to withstand the third stage of the Purple Sun Divine Power. Ding! System notification. The level of the player is too low, unable to withstand the third stage of the Purple Sun Divine Power. Ding! System notification. The level of the player is too low, unable to withstand the third stage of the Purple Sun Divine Power. A crazy notification sound rang. And it was flashing red, which meant that it wasn't a hint but an alarm. The last time he forcefully activated the Purple Sun Buddha, he had almost torn Long Fei's body apart. Although his physical body had been strengthened, he still felt that it was difficult to open the Purple Sun Buddha right now. What was the third level? How strong would he need? Long Fei didn't know, but he was clear that the third stage of the Purple Sun Divine Power was definitely very, very strong. If he did not open it, Sweeping Monk would die. Thus, Long Fei was fearless. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and the power of the purple flames began to gather bit by bit. It was incomparably painful, but Long Fei could feel an endless amount of power. Sweeping Monk looked at Long Fei, his gaze tightened, and said, "Brat, don't mess around." Long Fei grinned and said, "The reason why my mother didn't do it back then is because she left it for me to do. I don't care what he is, anyone who moves from my side will die." Suddenly, Long Fei's body trembled crazily, his entire being seemed to have sunk into a state of insanity, as he roared angrily towards the sky. "Ah! Third stage of Purple Sun Divine Power, open for me!" Buzz! A loud explosion resounded. A ray of purple light fell from the sky and exploded on Long Fei's body. At this moment, the power of time released by the Sweeping Monk was immediately dispersed. The pair of cold eyes from the dark crack turned cold, with a hint of astonishment. The third stage. Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Sun, open. As soon as he finished, the purple sun shone from Long Fei's body and the image of a heavenly emperor descended. That kind of power, that kind of power, that incomparable momentum, never felt it. It was as if everything was under his feet. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. Both of his eyes moved, staring at the black gigantic hand that was rushing over. The spirit chi that erupted from Long Fei's body hacked out, "Break for me!" The Purple Sun Celestial Emperor made a move. Their auras were like a rainbow. It furiously slashed down. Crack! The giant black hand was chopped off by an aura. The monster inside the dark crack screamed out in pain, its two eyes staring straight at Long Fei. Long Fei was also staring at him, and said solemnly, come again! Come on!" He howled with incomparable arrogance. However, the monster in the darkness did not move again. It only let out a cold laugh and said, "Brat, I will remember this grudge about losing your arm. This time, consider yourself lucky, but one's luck is not always so good. The next time we meet will be your death." While they were talking, the pair of cold eyes were staring behind Long Fei. 4 people stood behind Long Fei. 4 holy monks. Long Fei said angrily, "Why wait for the next time, come right now." From the darkness came a series of cold laughs, which gradually faded away. At the same time, the huge aura of the dark crack disappeared. The dark crack became empty and slowly healed. The black flames in the sky slowly disappeared, as did the crevices. It was as if everything had returned to its original state. However, the dome was still falling. He kept pressing down. Long Fei could clearly feel it. However, the moment the monster disappeared from the dark crack, Long Fei's body suddenly split open. Bang! The blood vessels burst. Bam! 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 The meridians in his entire body were broken once again. Blood gushed out from his body and his body could not stand still. He fell from the sky. He couldn't withstand the power of the purple sun, celestial emperor. His body couldn't support it either. And in that instant he used the power of the purple sun, heavenly emperor. The 3 million holy power value in his body was instantly emptied, and he no longer had the slightest bit of additional holy power value. He fell from the sky. The system beeped. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining mysterious item. A mysterious item. The system did not say what it was. Long Fei also did not have the strength to check, so he slightly closed his eyes. His eyelids felt like they weighed 10,000 kilograms, and could not be lifted at all as he slowly closed them. However, the instant he closed his eyes, the figure of the first Tian Shu of 4 holy monks appeared in front of him, and dragged him down. And then, Long Fei was unconscious. Long Fei! Long Fei! Young Lord, young Lord! After sweeping monk shouted a few times, Long Fei's entire body was covered in blood, as if he had died. The Tian Shu frowned and said lightly, "His body is about to collapse. Even with the protection of the god's immortal bead, he won't be able to take it." A look of fear appeared in sweeping monk's empty eyes as he asked anxiously, "Will he die?" At the same time, the sweeping monk anxiously said, "The prophecy came true, he destroyed the protective barrier on the dome of the heavens and released the demons. He would also die, but..." He changed the prophecy again. "Master Tian Shu, please save him, I am willing to use my life in exchange." The prophecy of 1,000 years ago. He would die. No matter how hard he tried to stop it, he would die. After living for 1,000 years, it had long since become dull. However, when the giant black hand slowly reached out towards him, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Long Fei forcefully released the power in his body and cut off that huge hand. Long Fei saved him. As if he had just woken up from a dream, he looked at the Tian Shu god monk with pleading eyes. The Tian Shu looked at him and said, "Return to the Devil Temple first. If it really isn't possible, I'm afraid." He did not continue. The other 3 godly monks frowned. They knew what the Tian Shu was going to say. "He didn't die?" Boom! Destiny God's eyes turned sinister as a ray of light flashed across his eyes, directly smashing a stone table in front of him into fine powder. He was extremely unhappy in his heart. "Long Fei, I never thought that your life would be so tough. So angry, so angry." He thought that Long Fei was dead for sure, but he never thought that Long Fei was still alive. After a long time, the anger on Destiny God slowly faded as he said coldly, "I have never seen anyone stronger than your fate wheel. With such a powerful fate wheel, just how strong is your soul? It's good if he doesn't die. My soul mandate lacks the soul of a person like you, wahaha." Destiny God laughed out wildly, "Your life will definitely be mine." Chapter 1895, Returning to the Holy Buddhahood. Chapter 1895, Returning to the Holy Buddhahood. Boom! 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 In the sky, thunder rumbled continuously under the dome. This was the sound of the dome's pressure. The dome continued to descend. Actually, 1,000 years ago, the dome had already started to descend due to Muwaner, but the speed of its descent was very slow. This time, Long Fei's strength caused the dome to descend even faster, so only Powerhouse would be able to sense him. The entire Devil Island was under the dome. If the dome came crashing down, the Devil Island would disappear from this world forever. Everything will perish. Destiny God Palace. Tens of thousands of disciples kneeled on the ground, and in the distance, there were hundreds of thousands of civilians kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Destiny God will definitely bring us out of this place. he definitely won't give up on anyone. As long as everyone believes in the Destiny God, and give up everything you have, the Destiny God will definitely be moved. He will lead us out of this sea of bitterness. When one is in despair, he or she fantasizes about everything. Faith was the only thing that could support them. Destiny God Hall had also become the only hope for Devil Island. All of this is caused by God Rare Sex harm. He is the demon, and he is the sinner of the entire Devil Island. That's him. Long Fei will suffer for an eternity. Long Fei is an unpardonably evil demon. Amongst the worshipping crowd, countless of people were scolding Long Fei. Under the instigation of the disciples of the Destiny God, Long Fei became a demon on top of the Devil Island. Within the Fate Hall, Great Clan Elder, did the God of Destiny not give any instructions? The dome is still descending. In less than a month, we will be crushed into dust and disappear forever. Only Lord Fate can save us now. Hurry up and take us away. We are willing to be his slave for life, as long as he can let us live. Yes, Grand Elder. You are the Fate Envoy, please help us. Grand Elder, I beg of you. A few white-haired elders directly knelt on the ground. They might not have knelt before in their lives, but in order to live, they no longer had any dignity. Jiu Tianma held his hands behind his back, and his brows knitted tightly. His heart was the same. He was also waiting for Destiny God to give him instructions, but it had already been a few days, and Destiny God seemed to have forgotten about them. However, Jiu Tianma did not give up. He had given his life, will, and soul to Destiny God. He believed that Destiny God would not give him up. At this time, an elder said, "Could it be that Destiny God is unhappy because we did not manage to catch Long Fei? That must be it. Long Fei, this dog. We need sacrifices, and Long Fei is the best sacrifice. Great Clan Elder, please give me your orders. I am willing to be the vanguard and use all my power to capture Long Fei." Me too. As long as they were alive, they would do anything to make them eat sh*t. The longer one lived, the more afraid one would be of death. Jiu Tianma's eyes moved, and he said, "I'm going to the secret hall, wait for me here." Finished. Jiu Tianma's figure disappeared. Within the secret hall, Jiu Tianma immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "God of Destiny, I need your guidance. Please save me." Destiny God remained unmoved. The 12 statues in the secret hall didn't move either. Jiu Tianma kowtowed again, and blood came out from his forehead. In the end, the Destiny God statue's eyes twitched. Jiu Tianma was overjoyed and immediately replied, "God of Destiny, I need a soul, a strong one. If you can capture Long Fei for me, I will free you from the sea of bitterness and grant you eternal life." In that instant, Jiu Tianma looked like he was on stimulants. He became excited and asked, "Really? Good, I will immediately go and catch Long Fei. This time, I will not let you down." Destiny God laughed coldly and said, "Go." God Rare Sect, Devil Temple. The Tian Shu shook her head lightly. For Holy Monks was obviously a little tired. "No way. His body has already been destroyed to an irreparable state. Even if we use all of our saint force, we won't be able to cure him. Senior brother, we have done our best." Yes, we did our best. This might be his final destination. All of this is his own choice. Long Fei is completely out of his control. His prophecies have come true, but he has turned the tables on the future. No matter how powerful our divine abilities are, they will not be able to protect him. The other 3 monks slowly spoke. Right now, the dome above the Devil Island is descending more and more. There is only a month left, and the dome will devour the entire Devil Island. There's nothing we can do. The Tian Shu raised his eyes and looked at the 4 of them. Without waiting for him to speak, Tian Ju immediately said, "No, we cannot bring him back to the Holy Buddhahood. We cannot get involved in any conflicts here." Tian Yuan immediately added, "That's right, our appearing here is already in return for Benefactor Mu's kindness. If we were to bring Long Fei back to holy Buddhahood as well, then our holy Buddhahood would not be able to rest in peace." Tian Chong also said, "I also disagree." 4 holy monks, the 3 of them objected, because they were well aware of what kind of person Long Fei was, and what kind of fate he had. Not just main temple, just his background. It would be incomparably terrifying, and if it were to be provoked, the holy Buddhahood would most likely be doomed. What did 100,000 planes count for? The truly powerful and feared forces that could crush 10 million planes were not even limited to main temple. Holy Buddhahood could not afford to offend him. They knew more than average people, and were even more clear about the fate and terrifying background that Long Fei had to bear. However, the Tian Shu let out a heavy breath and said, "The 100,000 god children of the plain are about to be born, and the holy Buddhahood should be arriving soon. We promised Benefactor Mu to protect Long Fei and save him 3 times. I should do what I promised. I want to bring him back to holy Buddhahood." The Tian Shu said very seriously, "Everything is set in stone. Even if our holy Buddhahood did not provoke any forces, I'm afraid we would have already been involved in this. A dispute over 100,000 planes. Disputes in the outside world. From the moment we accepted Benefactor Mu's help, we were involved." The Tian Shu said indifferently. Tian Ju said, "Senior brother, holy Buddhahood is a pure land. If a person with blood in his hands were to enter, that would only sully holy Buddhahood." The Tian Shu did not say anything else, but said, "You all do not need to persuade me anymore. We owe him, we need to repay him. I have already decided, go back to the holy Buddhahood." Chapter 1896, Devil's Hand. Chapter 1896, Devil's Hand. To the 4 of them, the holy Buddhahood was the Western Paradise, and was also a pure land. However, they had left for 1,000 years. What had happened during that time? They had no way of knowing. Long Fei's injuries were too severe, and had already exceeded the range of their treatment. They had promised Mu Wanner to save him thrice, and this was the 2nd time. Even though the 3 of them strongly opposed it, and the Tian Shu still wanted to bring Long Fei back to the holy Buddhahood. "The 3 of you, stay here and guard Devil Temple. I'll try to come back within a month." The Tian Shu said a few words. Tian Ju and the other 2 sighed, saying, "Senior brother, is it really worth it for him?" The Tian Shu said, "As long as you do what you want in this world, anything you do is worth it. Everything has its determinations." And then, the Tian Shu carried Long Fei on its back. Looking at his sleeping appearance, she said softly, hopefully, "You can bring hope to this world." 1. A buzzing sound was heard. The powerful Buddhist light on the Tian Shu's body fiercely exploded. Boom! The dark devil temple radiated in all directions, shining upon the entire temple's interior. All of them were incomparably sinister demons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, incomparably ugly. Just like how the seal was still struggling in front of the wall. The Buddhist light shone for a while. The Tian Shu stepped into the Buddhist light. Following that, her figure disappeared. Buzz! The devil temple regained its calm. The 3 great reverends let out a long sigh, looked at the endless darkness and muttered, "Senior brother, I hope your decision is correct. Long Fei was never saved. If you want to save him, you need to use a Buddha root. If he, a person whose hands are filled with blood, fuse with a Buddha root, he is basically a person who is on a completely different path from the holy Buddhahood. This is secondary. The key thing is, the Buddha root is a treasure of the holy Buddhahood. Will you give it to him?" I'm afraid Tian Ju and the others did not hold any hope, because they were well aware of the situation of the people from holy Buddhahood. The Buddha root's treasure would never be passed to outsiders. It must be Buddhist orthodox. Moreover, Buddha root were also prepared for the Son of God. An outsider would definitely not be able to obtain them. Without the Buddha root, there was no way to treat Long Fei's injuries. Tianju retracted his thoughts and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. The fate of Devil Island is up. The dome of the heavens will descend and destroy everything in the Devil Island. We should also make some preparations." Tian Hong said, "I will be in charge of teaching them the legacies of the Tao of the Sword." Tian Chong said, "I am in charge of the body inheritance." Tianju said, "Before senior brother returns, we must make them into peak powerhouse. This is the only thing we can do." Long Fei was heavily injured, and disappeared from Devil Island. No one knew. Even if it was the destiny god who controlled fate, he did not know, because the fate of Long Fei had exceeded his control, so he had no way of knowing Long Fei's position. The desperate man brought the flying crane and walked into the Devil Temple, kneeling straight down. "Divine monk, I beg you, give me the inheritance of the strongest sword truth. I will definitely not let the young master be threatened again." He once again entered the Devil Temple. This was the second time in 1,000 years. Not just him. The flying crane also went in. Tianju nodded his head and said, "The 1,000 years of waiting, we were all waiting for Long Fei to appear, and now that he has appeared, the prophecy has arrived, but we are not under control. The only thing we can do is to become stronger. I will specially pass on the Supreme Sword Tao legacy to you in the Devil Temple, as well as this divine crane. I will also cause it to evolve. Come." Within the misty starry sky, one of the stars was exceptionally bright. It was like a star that could emit light. This was no ordinary light, but the light of the Holy Buddha. The entire star looked like a huge Sariras, and Holy Buddhahood was built on Sariras. Rumors. Before the birth of Holy Buddhahood, an ancient Holy Buddha fell and became a huge Sariras. The Holy Buddhahood was born. Everything in the Holy Buddhahood was based on Buddhism energy. Here, there was no killing, no desires. Just like in the legends, it was a pure land, a paradise. Long Fei had heard of the Holy Buddhahood before when he was still in the gods' martial continent. It was just that. At that time, it was just an illusory legend. He never thought that he would actually come to Holy Buddhahood one day. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the Holy Buddhahood, even though Long Fei was unconscious, his consciousness was very clear. He muttered in his heart, "Could the person in charge of the Holy Buddhahood be the Tathagata Lord of Buddha? If that's the case, then we really have to bicker with him." Right. Suddenly, Long Fei thought of an especially important matter. At the border of the Devil Island, he used the power of the Purple Sun Heavenly Emperor to cut off the pair of giant black hands. Prompt for a mysterious item. I have another mysterious item. Long Fei was a little excited. Let's see what this is. The idea moved. He opened up the system to check out the mysterious item. Just as Long Fei's idea landed on the mysterious item, the system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Devil's Hand. Ding. System prompt. Do you wish to fuse them? In the interface of the system, a demon's right hand was hovering above it. Bright and dark. Just like a piece of black iron. Item. Devil's Hand level. Attribute. Description. Devil's Hand, the power of all evils, able to control life and death with one hand, able to overturn the world with the other. Level and attributes were all unknown. However, its description was extremely impressive. Ding. System prompt. Do you wish to fuse them? The system sounded out once again. Long Fei stared at the Black Devil's hand. It was like a glove, like a special equipment. As long as he fused, it was very likely that one of Long Fei's hands would turn into that of a devil's hand. Ding. System prompt. Do you wish to fuse them? The system sounded for the third time. Long Fei tightened her grip on the idea. Merge. I walk the path of death, becoming a devil. It doesn't matter if I fuse with Devil's Hand or not. And then, following Long Fei's command, the devil's hand in the system suddenly disappeared. Next, boom! A loud sound echoed out. Long Fei's right hand suddenly changed. Just as Long Fei had thought, the devil's hand was a special equipment, not to fuse with its power, but to directly replace Long Fei's right hand. Boom! At this moment, Long Fei's arm suddenly trembled. It was also at this time Tian Shu's figure moved and landed. Holy Buddhahood, we're here. He could feel Long Fei's arm trembling on his back. He immediately took a look and saw Long Fei's right hand. His expression suddenly tightened and his entire body suddenly took half a step back as he lost his composure and directly threw the unconscious Long Fei to the ground. He then looked at Long Fei's arm. Demon! I brought a demon back to Holy Buddhahood. Just what did I do? At this moment, inexplicably, fear rose in the Tian Shu's heart. Chapter 1897 Corpse Mountain. Chapter 1897 Corpse Mountain. The Pure Land was not allowed to be tainted. Devil's Hand. Sin Hand. Its appearance would inevitably cause chaos in the Holy Buddhahood. Moreover, the key point was that he had brought Long Fei to treat his sickness and seek for the life of the Buddha root. It would be extremely difficult for the Buddha root to fuse Long Fei's devil's hand. The Tian Shu panicked for no reason. Seeing Long Fei's arm slowly turning back from its normal pitch-black state, his expression tensed up. At this moment, a trace of killing intent even flashed in his eyes. Holy Buddhahood was a pure land, but he had brought a demon. His sins are unforgivable. If he could get rid of Long Fei before he made any mistakes, perhaps Holy Buddhahood would still be a Holy Buddhahood and his pure land would not be sullied in the slightest. This killing intent was very slight, but, however, the unconscious Long Fei sensed it. In that instant, the ball of life and death in his right hand was about to explode with the power of heaven and earth. Automatic protection. However, in that moment, the Tian Shu's eyes returned back to normal. It clasped its hands and said, Amit Ba, I almost made a mistake. All of this is a foregone conclusion. If he had seen Long Fei in the Devil Temple, he definitely would not have brought Long Fei to the Holy Buddhahood. And then, I will inject some energy into you, causing you to temporarily wake up. But you must remember, you must not use any strength, and you absolutely must not use the Purple Sun Divine Power, otherwise, you won't be able to save your strength even if you were to find the Buddha root. You must remember this. After he finished speaking, the Tian Shu's palm was placed behind Long Fei's back, and a warm current flowed into Long Fei's body from his palm. A few seconds later, Long Fei's body seemed to have recovered. He also woke up from his coma and said, Thank you, God Monk. The Tian Shu said lightly, Amit Ba, what happened to your arm? Long Fei said, This is the arm of the demon in the crack in the dome. After cutting it in half, it mysteriously merged with me just now. Become a devil's hand. The Tian Shu pondered for a moment, then muttered, Seems like everything is fated. Long Fei, you must remember my next words. The Tian Shu looked at Long Fei seriously. Long Fei nodded and said, Divine Monk, go ahead. The Tian Shu continued, From now until the moment you leave the Holy Buddhahood, you must not use the power of your demon's right hand, and you absolutely must not be discovered. Otherwise, Holy Buddhahood will imprison you forever, and you will never be able to leave Holy Buddhahood. What kind of existence was the Holy Buddhahood? It would absolutely not allow the existence of any demonic energy. Once the Devil's Hand's power was discovered, Long Fei would be in an extremely dangerous situation. He would not kill him, but he would never be able to leave. Long Fei nodded his head. I will remember. The Tian Shu continued. Right now, your body is forcefully supported by my strength, so you are unable to use your divine power, nor do you need to cultivate those techniques of yours. Right now, you are just like an ordinary person. Before you obtain the Buddha root, you must endure it patiently. You can't be as rampant and act as you would before. This place is different from other places. Long Fei laughed bitterly. Then wouldn't I be a waste? When I bring you to the holy Buddhahood, I will definitely think of a way to cure your injuries. I promised your mother that I will do my best. Long Fei said, "Thank you." Seeing that, the Tian Shu was helping him from the bottom of her heart. Although the killing intent from before made Long Fei a little annoyed, his heart was still filled with gratitude. The Tian Shu said, "All right, then follow me to the Buddha city." The holy Buddhahood only had one city, Buddha City. Above Buddha City was Bliss Temple. It was also known as the holiest place in the world. Tian Shu started to walk towards the direction of Buddha City. Even though she didn't use flying, she still walked towards the Buddha City step by step. Long Fei followed him from behind. The temples that could be seen everywhere, it was just. What made Long Fei a little surprised was that all of the temples seemed to be in ruins, some had even collapsed. The Tian Shu did not have much of an expression on his face, but he had a premonition that something had happened to holy Buddhahood. 1,000 years. The world had changed. Time can change everything, and it can destroy everything. What did this place become? Long Fei looked around at the ruined temples and asked, "God monk, why don't these temples have incense?" The Tian Shu did not speak, his eyebrows knitted together slightly. Seeing that he did not say anything, Long Fei did not ask any further. At night, it was as black as ink. The Tian Shu sat cross-legged with her hands clasped together, softly chanting a Buddhist scripture that Long Fei could not hear. Long Fei sat in front of the bonfire and thought to himself, "Holy Buddhahood doesn't seem to be that safe anymore. I don't know. Why did Mother come here all those years ago? Could it be that she is looking for the 4 holy monks to protect me?" Long Fei thought about the reason his mother came here 1,000 years ago. He thought about everything he had experienced in the Devil Island. He had to say it. His mother was unimaginably strong. Thinking about it, Long Fei smiled like a child and slowly fell asleep. He was currently just an ordinary person. If he was sleepy, he had to sleep, but if he was hungry, he had to eat. He couldn't hold it in anymore. In the middle of the night, Long Fei woke up with a piss. With his eyes opened slightly, the bonfire had already extinguished and the Tian Shu by his side had disappeared. Long Fei's heart trembled slightly. Where did he go? Long Fei stood up and looked around. At this time, his right hand suddenly moved. A wave of power that was beyond his control and was not restricted by his body's weakness pulled him directly toward the darkness. "You want me to go there?" Long Fei's heart slightly moved. When the Tian Shu woke him up, he already knew that his right hand wasn't an ordinary right hand and wasn't restricted by any power at all. In other words, his right hand could use both strength and martial arts. Similarly, it could also kill people. It would not affect his body. "Let's go take a look first. If I can level up, then my body won't need the treatment of any Buddha root." Long Fei made up his mind and walked towards the darkness. Half an hour later, Long Fei was walking in a hurry and was panting heavily. However, Long Fei saw the scene in front of his eyes and was shocked. Damn! The corpses of 10,000 people. Blood filled the mountain. A mountain of corpses. Furthermore, they were all moving the corpses on the corpse mountain like a zombie. At the top of the corpse mountain, a bandit-like giant zombie was frantically absorbing the blood essence from these corpses. It was sinister and terrifying. More importantly, Long Fei's right arm was about to move, and was completely unable to control it. Chapter 1898 Holy Buddhahood First Blast. Chapter 1898 Holy Buddhahood First Blast. The power under his arm was moving. His right hand was changing. Long Fei suppressed and controlled it. His arm suddenly turned black, and suddenly returned to his original state. The devil's power inside his arm started to surge. It was as if 10,000 evil spirits were roaring in his arms. At this moment, On top of the corpse mountain, the gigantic butcher zombie seemed to have felt Long Fei's power, and his eyes flashed with a ray of bloodlight, and he glared. It directly locked onto Long Fei's position. In that instant, the butcher zombie moved. Boom! With a step forward, he blocked the huge axe on his shoulder and fiercely swung down. Long Fei's face tensed up. F***ck. His speed was too fast, his reaction was too slow to keep up. Furthermore, the huge power of the butcher's zombie had completely suppressed him, leaving him unable to move at all. The only thing that could move was his right arm. Seeing the gigantic axe cutting down, Long Fei's right arm blocked it. At this moment, a Buddhist light flashed, grabbed Long Fei's body and fiercely leaped, instantly moving 100 meters away. The Tian Shu looked at Long Fei and said, "Don't expose your right hand." Rumble! The butcher zombie chopped down with his axe. The ground trembled and a huge crack appeared. The area within a few kilometers was shaking. Long Fei was still in a panic state and asked, "What is that? Isn't holy Buddhahood a sacred ground? Wasn't it the Pure Land? How could there be such a thing?" Long Fei couldn't understand, and also, that mountain of corpses was too terrifying. Even the scenes of the demon's sword killing him were not as frightening as before. These guys, they were all alive. However, they were completely crushed by a force, absorbing the blood essence from their bodies. The Tian Shu frowned and shook her head. "I don't know. In the past, holy Buddhahood was not like this." Long Fei asked, "What exactly is that, fellow?" The Tian Shu frowned, and after being silent for a moment, he said, "Evil Spirit Tribe." Evil Spirit Tribe? Long Fei had never heard of this race, and asked, "How can the holy Buddhahood have such an evil race?" The Tian Shu said, "The Evil Spirit Tribe come from a foreign realm, and is a race within the universal large world, a branch of the spirit race. It's just that they have made a contract with a demon and became an evil spirit. But I don't know why Evil Spirit Tribe would appear in Holy Buddhahood. Could it be?" The Tian Shu did not dare to think further. At this moment, the butcher zombie attacked again. His axe swept out, a red light swept across. The Tian Shu grabbed Long Fei's body again and leaped, once more dodging and landing 100 meters away. Long Fei replied, "What's the point of hiding? Kill him." The Tian Shu shook its head and said, "Buddha does not kill life." Not waiting for him to finish, the butcher zombie rushed forward once again, this time even more ferociously. The axe transformed into countless skeleton evil spirits radiating from their axes and pouncing towards the Tian Shu and Long Fei from all directions. The Tian Shu grabbed Long Fei again. Only this time, they were unable to dodge, and the Tian Shu's back was struck by an evil spirit skeleton, causing its body to stagger. If he had not protected Long Fei with all his might, Long Fei would have been severely injured. Awkward. It was extremely embarrassing. You're a 4 holy monks too, to be reduced to such a sorry state by an evil spirit zombie, isn't that just too dishonorable? Regardless of what the Tian Shu was thinking, Long Fei was still very unhappy in his heart. He was unhappy and wanted to do one thing. This made the other party even more unhappy. And then, Long Fei's eyes turned sinister, he shouted out, "If you don't kill me, I will kill you to achieve my Tao, I will kill you." Suddenly, Long Fei took a step forward. He looked at the burly man with a huge axe in his hand and said, "Come, attack your father." The Tian Shu frowned and said, "Long Fei, you promised me." "Right. I promised you. But that was in front of Buddha. What is this fellow? Evil spirit?" Long Fei looked at the long gash on the head of the butcher zombie and thought to himself, even if this guy isn't a boss, he should be an elite monster. I also need experience now. I need to break through to the Silver Star realm. As long as I level up, then I can be perfectly fine. What Buddha root? What holy Buddhahood? Go to hell. Long Fei made up his mind and shouted at the evil spirit bandit, Come towards me. Boom! The evil spirit butcher looked as if he was enraged. A scarlet light exploded from his body. He locked his eyes on Long Fei and stepped forward. Fast. It was too fast. Long Fei was simply unable to see his trajectory. Right now, he was just an ordinary person. His cultivation was sealed. He was unable to use the cultivation technique. Even his reaction speed was much slower than before. Right now, the only thing he could use was the devil's hand. Long Fei stood in place, completely relaxed himself, and let his right arm feel it. The system's description says that you can control life and death, overturning heaven and earth in anger. Then let me experience your power. Long Fei's heart sank. Boom! 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 The strong wind was like thunder as it came crashing over. Long Fei's white hair flew in disarray and the corners of his clothes made an explosive sound. He was a little nervous and did not know if his devil's hand could resist it. However, he had no other choice now. Rumble! The battle axe hacked down hard towards the top of Long Fei's head. It was just that. Suddenly, the gale suddenly stopped. The Tian Shu blocked the attack of the evil spirit bandit, and tightly held onto his battle axe, unable to move an inch. The Tian Shu said slightly, "I said, I will protect." Not waiting for him to finish, the power on Long Fei's arm suddenly exploded, and directly dragged his body, transforming into a black light that shot out in a straight line. Boom! Long Fei's body directly passed through the evil spirit butcher's body. The bloody wound on the head of the evil spirit butcher also let out a schwa sound and went straight to the bottom. Crack! 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 The evil spirit butcher's entire body cracked open as he abruptly kneeled on the ground, and his huge body collapsed with a loud bang. Boom! The Tian Shu's brows tightened and berated loudly. Long Fei, you! He looked at Long Fei's sinister right hand and felt fear at the strength of his right arm. The Buddhist light on his body also trembled and surged. Long Fei grinned and said, "I can't control it either. My hand has been cursed. I can't control it." It was also at this time. A system notification rang out. Long Fei secretly thought for a while, before becoming excited. Holy Buddhahood's #1 monster, Big Brother, you must give me some face and something good will come out of it, right? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Evil Spirit Butcher, for obtaining 20,000 experience, 20,000 holy power value, and 1 metamorphic energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Evil Spirit Axe. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Evil Spirit Blood. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Demon Spirit Orb. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Demonic Chariot. An elite. Yet, he had dropped so many things. Moreover, the last thing startled Long Fei. Evil Spirit Chariot? The Evil Spirit Chariot played by Nicolas Cage in The Ghost Rider? Damn! Releasing abnormal value points. Chapter 1899 Ghost Rider. Chapter 1899 Ghost Rider. The Evil Spirit Chariot exploded. This guy. A car with access to hell. If he could make a trip to the infernal realm. Long Fei missed his father and the 8 King Kong a lot. If he could go to hell to meet them, he would definitely be very excited. Thus, Long Fei moved. Inject metamorphic energy value. Buzz! A muffled sound rang out. The system beep. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Ghost Rider. A skeleton appeared on top of the demonic spirit chariot. It was fully armed, and there was a burning knight on top of it. Ghost Rider! Long Fei was confused. He muttered in his heart, "Fuck, did he explode Nicolas Cage out? This is going to be a big ruckus." However, the only thing left of the Ghost Rider was a skull. Its appearance was exactly the same as the Nicolas Cage of the Ghost Rider. You can't recognize it with just a skull, can you? The super chariot, with a ghost rider holding onto the evil spirit demon chain, the scene was truly very eye-catching. Although Long Fei had once owned an aircraft carrier, a fighter jet, and a cannon, he had never experienced the feeling of racing in a foreign world, especially with this kind of heavy locomotive. The booming sound was like the roar of a wild bull. If it was released, everyone would be stupefied. This was simply acting like a holy artifact. But it belongs to the Ghost Rider. Just a little bit. Long Fei retracted his expression and looked at his experience point. There was still a certain amount of time before he could level up, but there was still a certain amount of time and a certain amount of time before he could level up. With the power of this devil's hand, Long Fei slightly smiled. Upgrading shouldn't be too difficult. Just now, he had clearly felt the explosive power of a single punch. It was not the blasting fist. However, the sudden burst of power from his right arm was very powerful. The Tian Shu looked at the evil spirit butcher, who had collapsed on the ground, and landed beside Long Fei. It watched as Long Fei slowly turned back to his original right hand and said, "Devil's power? You will be lost in this power. Long Fei, do not use it again." The frown between the Tian Shu's eyebrows became even more intense, and he became even more worried. The devil's power was a type of evil power. Demons would never give their power to others. This kind of power would only backfire and would only control people, not be controlled by others. Long Fei said, "I will be above the demons." The Tian Shu's eyes tightened as she looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said, "My life belongs to me instead of the heavens. Demons, destiny, everything in the world, don't even think about controlling my fate. I don't believe in gods, I don't worship Buddha, I don't fear demons, I'm not afraid of ghosts. No one can control me, and I won't allow any kind of power to control me." The Tian Shu looked at Long Fei quietly, seeing Long Fei's unfathomable gaze. His heart trembled slightly, and said slightly, "You are now exactly the same as your mother." Long Fei's heart trembled, and he immediately said, "Divine monk, can you tell me about my mother?" The Tian Shu laughed and said, "She? I'm afraid that the most peculiar girl in the world will be known to you when you meet her." Long Fei asked, "Is she still alive?" The Destiny God had once said that her mother had disappeared under his control. To die or to live. Of course she's alive. Just based on the fact that no one from the 100,000 planes is able to deal with her, her strength is unimaginable to you. She protects countless planes, and our holy Buddhahood is also under her protection. The current holy Buddhahood was clearly different from 1,000 years ago. Unexpectedly, even an evil spirit had appeared. One could only imagine that something big must have happened in the holy Buddhahood. The Tian Shu paused for a few seconds, then said, "Everything your mother has done is for your sake. Long Fei, you must live a good life, and many things will have to be resolved by yourself, and only you can comprehend it. Your background, your mother's identity, the fate and powerful enemies that your dragon race has to shoulder all had to wait for you to do so. The world you are seeing, including the 100,000 planes controlled by the main temple, is just a speck of dust. This is just one of your trial grounds. Everything you face is just a test for you. So, Long Fei, you have to stay alive and sound, you cannot have any accident. If you are unable to control the devil's power, I recommend that you stop using it. Your current body is weak, once the devil heart grows stronger, you will be unable to recuperate, and even if you obtain the Buddha root, it will not be able to heal your injuries." The Tian Shu said seriously. Long Fei was overwhelmed with shock. 100,000 worlds is just a speck of dust? What would the world be like after that? Long Fei had always felt that he was messing around in the main city, but he never thought that. He even went to every single place in the novice village. He still carried his novice sword, while the novice cloth was still playing in the novice village with the mud. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Ah, this old lady. Just how strong are you?" Long Fei really wanted to know, How strong was his mother, someone who did not even put the 100,000 planes in her eyes. Moreover, where is she now? Wasn't her identity the demonic saintess? Could it be that he had another identity? And then there was the fate that his own dragon race had to bear. What was this? A tribulation that lasted 3,330,000 years, the destruction of 100,000 dragons. Just what kind of people had they offended? It seemed like Long Fei had experienced a lot of questions, and it felt like he had found the answer. However, the more it was asked, the more Long Fei realized that he did not even know what fart was. It was as if he had fallen into a deep mystery. Long Fei said, "Thank you, monk, I will remember your words." The Tian Shu nodded and said, "N." A few minutes later, the Tian Shu and Long Fei walked to the front of the corpse mountain. The piles of corpses were still struggling. They did not die, but were controlled by the evil spirit. Life was better than death. Ba, the Tian Shu muttered as she clasped her hands together. Long Fei said, "These people should all be former believers, right? To think that they have now become the food of evil spirit." The Tian Shu lit a torch. At this time, Long Fei immediately took the torch and said, "God, monk, leave the killing to me." The Tian Shu did not object and said slightly, "All right." After he finished, he sat cross-legged and chanted the Sutra of the Buddha in a low voice. Long Fei looked at the piles of corpses and smiled slightly. Although these spirits that have yet to take shape don't have much experience, mosquitoes' legs still have meat. He threw the torch down. The mountain of corpses began to burn. Not long later, the system beeped crazily in his mind. Ding! 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 It never stopped. The flames soared to the sky, burning even more intensely than before. Long Fei listened to the system beep, saw the evil spirit struggling in the flames, and muttered, "The holy Buddhahood is also protected by Mother, but now there is the appearance of an evil spirit." Just as Long Fei was thinking about this, suddenly, a bizarre system beep sounded out. Ding! Congratulations, player! Chapter 1900 Abnormal Ant King. Chapter 1900 Abnormal Ant King, a special tone. He did not gain experience, but obtained items. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Evil Spirit Ants. As soon as he finished, an ant the size of a fist floated in Long Fei's mind. It was scarlet, and its body was radiating with the flames of an evil spirit. It was very special. War Pet, Demonic Ant Level 1 damage, 1 star speed, 2 stars description, able to control 1,000 ants. It could be said that this was an extremely low-level war pet. No matter whether it was level, damage, or speed, they were all attributes with attributes so weak that they would explode. It was simply a useless war pet. However, the last one made his mind tremble. He can control 1,000 ants. Interesting. Ants, the animals that no one cared about the most. However, using it well, it was actually the world's most powerful animal, a great tool for gathering intelligence. And then, Long Fei looked at the metamorphic energy value that had already been filled up and said, "Since it's already filled up, we should just leave it there, if not we can see what this guy can become." Inject metamorphic energy value. Buzz! A muffled sound rang out. The system beeped, "Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Evil Spirit Ant King." The size of his fist was still the size of a fist, and there was no change to his body at all. Then, he looked at its attribute. War Pet S, Evil Ant King level, God damage, 6 stars speed, 9 stars description. The Jinx can control 1,000,000 man-eating ants or ordinary ants. Damage and average speed. It's not a battle beast, but... After reading the description, Long Fei's entire body shivered. His brain started to feel numb, because... What did 1,000,000 man-eating ants mean? With a whistling sound, he instantly became a skeleton. Damn, isn't this too abnormal? Long Fei muttered. Time and time again, his metamorphic energy value exceeded his expectations. Looks like I need to organize an army of ants. Gathering intelligence, digging graves, killing people, this is simply a bid for a holy artifact. Long Fei moved, taking advantage of the moment that the Tian Shu was not paying attention to release the evil spirit Ant King. The idea moved. I now order you to immediately organize an army of ants for me. The devilish spirit Ant King quickly teleported out. He could control 1,000,000 man-eating ants, but that did not mean that he would have to collect 1,000,000 of them. When he returned, the man-eating ants would form a mountain. That would be amazing. The fire burned. It lasted until the morning of the next day. Each of the evil spirits had a few points of experience points, but just like this, Long Fei's experience points rose by more than 200,000 points, showing the number of corpses on the mountain. Within a radius of thousands of kilometers, there was no sign of human life. The temple had fallen, and it was possible that all of them had died here. It was absolutely tragic. We need to speed up a bit. The Tian Shu opened his eyes. He was already a little worried in his heart. If even the mountains had become like this, then what about the Buddha city? And the Bliss Temple? Long Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm fine with anything. Tian Shu said, All right. Finished. The Tian Shu grabbed Long Fei's shoulder and instantly leaped into the air, soaring 100 meters above. Shwa! Without waiting for Long Fei's reaction, he had already landed 10 kilometers away. Long Fei moved a bit and kept on leaving his own qi. The evil spirit ant could only find him by relying on his qi. Originally, it would have taken half a month. Now, an hour. Buddha City. From afar, the ground looked like a huge Buddha statue, and there were 4 huge Buddha statues standing at the 4 corners of Buddha City, calling it a city but more like a temple. All the buildings were like temples. Long Fei didn't see anything. But the center of the Tian Shu's brows, however, turned sinister. Demonic qi covered the sky. It covered the entire Buddha City. It looks like Buddha City is no longer the Buddha City of the past. Long Fei looked at his expression and asked, Master, what's the situation? The Tian Shu did not say anything, but looked towards the sky and said, We will directly head to the Bliss Temple. Changed paths. Long Fei muttered in his heart, Bliss Temple? I wonder if my army of ants will be able to reach the skies. The number of skills he had to protect himself was too few. Even the 12 Hell Reapers among the Sumi rings could not summon it out. They could only rely on his devil's hand. Then there was the Ghost Rider. However, the key was that these skills could not be used in front of the Buddhist disciples. Otherwise, not only would he be in danger, even the Tian Shu would be implicated by him. If only I could level up. I don't need any Buddha root S to heal me either. Big Luo elixir, Buddha root, spirit root, they are all not even worth as much as when I leveled up them. I don't feel any pain when I level up them. Long Fei thought. However, he would not say such a thing out loud. This was because the system could not be discovered. Just like death. He knew his own secret, so he had to die. Anyone who knew of his secret would die, and the system would definitely not find out. Sky Cloud Zone. Boom! Boom! The Tian Shu stepped onto a cloud and quickly rushed to the top of the cloud layer, breaking through its thick layer of clouds. It gave off a feeling of purity. His entire body felt indescribably comfortable. The Tian Shu's heart also slightly relaxed. Fortunately, Bliss Temple is still here. Buddhist light can explain everything. Evil spirits were unable to enter the Bliss Temple. However, the Tian Shu did not even have time to be happy before a dark red light shone from afar. It was as if he had fallen into hell, causing his expression to change greatly. When this kind of light shone on his body, Long Fei also felt an indescribable feeling of comfort. This feeling was different from the Buddha luminescence just now. Very comfortable. It was as if several naked girls were massaging his shoulders and back. It was so comfortable that he didn't want it. This is bad. The Tian Shu secretly shouted, grabbed Long Fei and frantically flew out. A few monks wearing monastic robes flew out from within the dark red light, but they were covered in the light of evil spirits. One of them recognized the Tian Shu at a glance and said, "The head of the 4 holy monks, the Tian Shu. 1,000 years. You're finally back. You brought that kid back, right?" The evil spirit monk stared at Long Fei. Long Fei had a feeling, it was as if they were not waiting for the Tian Shu but him. Could it be? There are people from the Destiny God here too? That's not right. Holy Buddhahood was a plane outside the 100,000 plane of existence. The power of the Destiny God was still unable to infiltrate here. Then why are these guys waiting for him? Long Fei was confused, but he knew that these fellows definitely weren't here to protect him. From the looks of it, they were here to take his life. Because it was very simple to see this clearly. The evil spirit monk's body emitted a golden light. Boss. The first boss from Holy Buddhahood. Chapter 1901 Holy Buddha's First Boss. Chapter 1901 Holy Buddha's First Boss Bliss Temple, Holy Buddhahood's Sacred Ground. However, now the evil spirit of Buddha also appeared. This meant that the extreme heaven had fallen. Tian Shu's heart sank, seeing the evil spirit Buddha that flew over. Her eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Jie Kong Great Master. The High Monk of the Refuge. It was a level higher than him. You. The Tian Shu was shocked, speechless. Long Fei muttered, "This guy's seniority is higher than yours?" The Tian Shu nodded and said, "Your seniority is higher than me. However, the 4 holy monks of my generation is a unique existence." "Oh, so it's like that. I don't understand either. Just tell me who's stronger, you or him." Long Fei did not want to know who among their ranks was the most powerful, just like how he knew whether or not Tian Shu could defeat the great monk from Jiekong. The Tian Shu said slightly, 1,000 years ago, I wanted to beat him by a point, but now 1,000 years had changed too much. Although he was also training in the Devil Temple, he had been studying Buddhist scriptures and did not spend much effort on the martial arts training. Long Fei gave a meaningful "oh," smiled slightly, and said, "Master, how about this, let me handle him?" "Boss." Long Fei couldn't move at all when he saw the boss. If it could explode, it would definitely explode. Even if it couldn't explode, he would still think of ways to explode. The center of the Tian Shu's brows shook and said, "Long Fei, you want to use the devil's power again?" Long Fei laughed mischievously and said, "Look at him turn into an evil spirit Buddha. His mind has already been occupied by evil. Leaving him alive will only bring harm to the holy Buddhahood. Why not purify it?" The Tian Shu immediately said, "No. This is the extreme heaven. Just now I also felt the power of the Buddhist light. You definitely cannot use the devil's power here." As for him, the Tian Shu looked at the Jiekong Great Master who was getting closer and closer and said lightly, "I will do my best to protect you." Long Fei hugged onto both of his arms, shrugged, and said, "Up to you." Boom! The Jiekong Great Master descended, looked at Long Fei seriously, and smiled. "He is Mu Wanner's son? Is that the person your 4 holy monks is protecting?" The Tian Shu said. "Jiekong martial uncle, how did you become an evil spirit Buddha?" The Jiekong sneered and said, "Buddha cannot cross a human, I have become a devil, and that is the reason." "Kid." Jiekong stared at Long Fei and said, "You are Mu Wanner's son?" Long Fei asked, "Why are you calling out to your father? Father doesn't have any sugar for you to eat." "Ah ha ha!" Jiekong laughed heartily. He suddenly stopped laughing and his eyes emitted a cold light. In that instant the evil spirit chi on his body exploded. The pressure was like the heavens. Rumble. Long Fei's mind felt like it was about to explode. At the same time, The Tian Shu's reaction was fast. The Buddhist light on his body exploded forth, directly blocking the pressure released by the Jiekong, and shouted, "Jiekong, what are you trying to do?" Jiekong's expression became sinister. "What are you doing? You don't know yet, do you?" The reason why the holy Buddhahood was invaded by the evil spirit tribe was because of his mother. That's not right. To be exact, it should be because of him. "Kid, do you know how valuable your life is? You can't imagine." While they were talking, the aura on Jie Kong's body seemed to explode as he rushed crazily at the Tian Shu. Long Fei's heart tightened and said, "Who wants my life in the end? If you want me to die, then let me die as well, understand?" In the 100,000 planes, the destiny god wanted his life. There was still someone after his life in the holy Buddhahood. Who was he trying to offend? So many people were looking forward to his death? "I don't understand," Jiekong said. "I don't know who wanted your life, but the reason the evil spirit tribe invaded the holy Buddhahood was for you. Kid, accept your fate." His voice shook. Evil spirit demon flames were released from Jiekong's body, covering the sky and enveloping the Tian Shu and Long Fei. It was also in the thin monkey. The 3 Buddha statues behind Jiekong also rushed over, landing in 3 different directions behind Long Fei. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the demonic flames formed a Buddhist magic formation, locking Long Fei and the Tian Shu inside. The Tian Shu's face tightened as it sat cross-legged in the air, mumbling something insanely. Following that, its body continuously emitted Buddhist light. Amidst the Buddhist light there was a series of runes that looked like Buddhist scriptures. It formed into a powerful force of impact. The expression in Jie Kong's eyes changed, and he said, "Holy Buddha scripture? Seems like the rumors were not false. As a condition of protecting him, Wana really did give your holy Buddha a scripture. 1,000 years of comprehension. Let's see just what boundary you've reached." While they were talking, the evil spirit flames on Jie Kong's body flared up once again. Streaks of devil-like energy rushed out from his body, turning into all sorts of Buddhist taboo items. Liquor and meat. A naked woman. These temptations and the like rushed into the Tian Shu's sea of consciousness. "Ha ha ha! Come on, little monk. Come on, big sis will play a game with you. Elder sister's heart hurts, let me touch it." Every single one of them was a peerless beauty. Their voices were charming to the bone, causing others to be unable to control their emotions. However, the Tian Shu seemed to have never happened before. The Buddhist scripture in his mouth continued to recite. A true Buddha. Even though Long Fei couldn't feel what he was experiencing, he could feel the alluring feeling. Boom! Jiekong's eyes turned cold. 4 holy monks is just different. It seems like you are one step closer to becoming Buddha. Lord of Buddha had predicted that the 4 of you would become Buddha, but I don't believe it. Because dead people can't become Buddha. Jiekong looked at the other 3 and shouted, "Do it!" The 4 of them moved at the same time. The Tian Shu looked around, and the chi around its body suddenly changed. Boom, boom, boom. Buddha luminescence erupted from his entire body from all 4 directions. Long Fei's heart trembled slightly. Damn, what a strong power. Buzz buzz. The Buddhist light on the Tian Shu's body exploded. Not waiting for the 4 to rush over, it struck out in all 4 directions. Jiekong laughed coldly. "Tian Shu, your strength has not decreased at all, it's just that. Compared to you, I want his life more." Their target was the Tian Shu's, but the target of the Jiekong was Long Fei. Long Fei muttered, "I am a soft persimmon, aren't you able to pinch me a little?" His right arm moved slightly. The devil's power under his arm started to move. The center of the Tian Shu's brows tightened, and shouted loudly, "Long Fei, you can't." In that instant, the Tian Shu retracted the 4 Buddhist lights, and directly protected Long Fei, sending him out of the Inferno prison with a powerful force. At this time, When Jie Kong saw Long Fei flying out of the inferno cage, he moved his devil hands. Then, you shall die first. Boom! A palm struck onto the Tian Shu's chest. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Long Fei was furious. However, the Tian Shu said once again, Long Fei, quickly leave. Jie Kong sneered. He won't be able to escape. Long Fei was enraged. He roared, Father, let's leave your ancestor, I will kill you. Chapter 1902. Your turn. Chapter 1902. Your turn. The worst thing was to run. The last thing he wanted to see was someone dying for him. In this kind of situation, no matter how severe Long Fei's injuries were and how weak his body was, he would still choose to gobble it up. Although he had rushed out of the infernal fire prison, when he saw the Tian Shu being beaten up to the point of spitting blood, he immediately turned around and charged back. The Tian Shu's eyes were startled and shouted, Long Fei, run! Jie Kong revealed a cold smile and said complacently, I always thought you were the smartest person, I didn't expect you to be so stupid, ha ha ha. He actually still dares to rush back. Then I'll let you die happily. The evil spirit inferno on Jie Kong's body moved, and his body flickered continuously in the cage. He couldn't tell where he was, nor could he tell where he was at all. All of the eerie killing intent rushed towards Long Fei. The demon power in Long Fei's arm started to surge. Brat, hand your life over! The Jie Kong roared. A powerful Buddhist light once again exploded from the body of the Tian Shu. The Buddhist light exploded into the sky. It directly penetrated through the infernal fire cage and exploded in midair. In the distance, Buddhist light, the powerful Buddhist light, the Buddhist light from the Holy Buddha's scripture. Has the 4 holy monks returned? Just as they were discussing, several figures quickly flew out from the depths of Bliss Temple. Buzz! The powerful Buddhist light once again blasted the Jie Kong away, and the Tian Shu also instantly landed in front of Long Fei. It scolded him in a low voice. I said, as long as I live, you are not allowed to use that kind of power. Do you understand? Long Fei looked at him, unable to say a single word. Actually, Long Fei understood very clearly in his heart. The Tian Shu did not want to make his situation even more dangerous, because once he erupted the devil's power in his arm, not only would the evil spirit tribe want his life, even the people in the Bliss Temple would not let him leave this place. In the air, once Long Fei released the devil's power, the people of Bliss Temple would definitely realize that they would never give him a Buddha root under such circumstances. The Tian Shu shouted again, Do you understand? Long Fei clenched his fists and said, Understood. The Tian Shu let out a light breath and said in a low voice, I will once again send you out. The next step probably requires you to walk on it by yourself. Go and find my master, Damo. The Buddha root is in his hands. Remember my words, you absolutely don't need to use that kind of power. And then, the Tian Shu's gaze tensed up, and the aura in her eyes became different. She stared at Jie Kong coldly and said slightly, Junior Master Jie Kong, don't force me. Jie Kong was a little shocked when he saw the killing gaze of the Tian Shu, and then he started laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, Tian Shu, looks like you aren't far from becoming a demon. You actually wanted to kill me. Ha ha ha. Just like me. Why? You want to kill me? Come on, let's both fall into the path of demon and become evil spirits. Jie Kong laughed excitedly. If the Tian Shu, the leader of the 4 holy monks, could transform into an evil spirit, it would certainly be the strongest blow to those who were guarding inside the Bliss Temple. The Tian Shu's eyes slightly narrowed, and then suddenly moved. Buzz! The Buddhist light dimmed. The Tian Shu's body suddenly disappeared. The center of Jie Kong's brows tightened and he exclaimed in his heart, So fast. However, you want to kill me with just this kind of speed? Tian Shu, you are still too inexperienced. Jie Kong's voice turned cold, and the evil spirit's flames on his body also instantly changed. It turned from a scarlet red to a purplish blue flame. At the same time, Long Fei could see that the boss's aura had become even more dazzling than before. A boss mutation? That's not right. It was because the boss was hiding its strength, so after it unleashed its strength, the aura it gave the boss became even more intense. I have to kill him. I have to think of a way to kill him. His eyes were completely red. Right now, he needed experience points very much, and very much to level up. As long as he leveled up, he would no longer need any bullsh *t Buddha root. Long Fei's gaze was unmoving, his eyes locked onto the groove on top of Jie Kong's head. If there was still a little bit of blood left, he really would explode without a care. As for the warning from the Tian Shu, explosions later. Boom! The two forces collided. The Tian Shu bounced off and retreated explosively. Jie Kong's expression changed. The wound on his head had also decreased by a large amount. Jie Kong said in a low voice, "For holy monks is indeed extraordinary. I didn't think that your cultivation didn't drop after 1,000 years." The Tian Shu said, "Jie Kong martial uncle, I think it's best if Hai Wuya returns. I can't turn my head." Jie Kong growled, "If I can't become Buddha, I will become a demon." F. Jie Kong moved both his hands, and under his 5 fingers, countless sinister roars, and miserable screams rang out. It was as if he saw a mountain of corpses in the forest. These people had all died at his hand. The Tian Shu's eyes trembled. Zhang Xian's heart tightened. He never thought that the esteemed monk of the Bliss Temple would cause so much bloodshed. And because of the momentary shock in his heart, the Jie Kong found an opportunity and shouted, "Die!" Long Fei shouted loudly, "Master, be careful." The Tian Shu reacted quickly, but it was still slower by half a second. By the time he had reacted, the hundreds of thousands of evil spirits of the Jie Kong had already exploded outwards, heavily smashing onto the chest of the Tian Shu. Boom, boom, boom. The Tian Shu continued to retreat explosively. He did not suffer much. It didn't do much damage. However, his expression was pained. Jie Kong laughed coldly. "Tian Shu, under these evil spirit souls, you all must have fallen to the devil Dao, ha ha ha. Suffering. It's more interesting to bewitch you than to kill you. Ha ha ha." The Tian Shu's face was pale and its entire body was surrounded by purplish-blue devilish flames. Its body constantly emitted miserable cries as its evil spirits corroded the sea of consciousness in its mind. Jie Kong looked at his pained expression and said, "Do you feel the pain of an evil spirit? How does it feel?" Ha ha ha! The world of Tian Shu. Hundreds of thousands of evil spirits were roaring and screaming. They were like ants that firmly occupied his body and kept crawling towards his mind. The Tian Shu sat cross-legged and chanted the Buddhist scripture non-stop. However, it was useless. The evil spirits in his body were not under his control. Jie Kong laughed. "It's useless. No Buddhist scripture can save you. The only thing you can do is become a demon, ha ha ha. Once the god monk becomes a demon, it will definitely shake the entire holy Buddhahood, ha ha ha." Long Fei walked closer to the Tian Shu. The Tian Shu immediately shouted, "Don't come any closer to me." Long Fei's brows tightened and said, "Master, it doesn't matter if you become a Buddha or a devil, as long as your heart is not destroyed, you can still become a Buddha even if you become a devil." Jie Kong shivered, then sneered, "Ha ha ha. Boy, are you joking? Do you know the feeling of a 1,000-year-old Buddhist being turned into a demon? You have no idea what a Buddha is. Forget it. You have nothing to say to a dead man. Now it's your turn." Jie Kong stared at Long Fei. Chapter 1903 Ghost Rider Attack. Chapter 1903 Ghost Rider Attack. The Tian Shu was surrounded by the evil spirit. Long Fei was unable to understand, but looking at his tightly knitted brows, he knew that this must be extremely painful. A monk, an ascetic monk, 1,000 years of cultivation, yet they were forced to bed with a woman, eating meat, drinking wine, and their taboos were all broken. This was a feeling that no one could understand. Moreover, evil spirits were even more terrifying than these. Demon heart grew. This was an existence that would never be reborn. The Tian Shu was kind-hearted. Listening to those screams, he wished that he could exterminate all living things. The more he wanted to save someone, the more his mind would be entangled by the evil spirit. Because this was his weakness. Becoming a demon, a straight line. This was how Jia Kong became obsessed back then. The only difference from Tian Shu was that he took the initiative to become obsessed, and did not struggle like the Tian Shu. These struggles were useless. There's no escape. Jia Kong also couldn't be bothered to look at the Tian Shu anymore. He instead looked at Long Fei and said, "Brat, the reason Holy Buddhahood became like this is because you were born. It was you who destroyed this pure land of Holy Buddhahood." "Of course. I also want to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to experience the joys of being a human and become a devil. No matter what. Today I will kill you. This is also the best gift I can give you." Jia Kong had a faint smile on his face. He was extremely excited. Mu Wanner appeared 1,000 years ago. For holy monks' departure. After more than 100 years, evil spirits began to appear in the Holy Buddhahood. Evil spirit tribe began to invade. The Holy Buddhahood began to become chaotic, and slowly, he could not suppress the growth of the evil spirit. In the end, all that was left of the Holy Buddhahood was a tiny bit of breathing space. All of this was because of Long Fei. Of course, Long Fei didn't know what he had done from the start. How could it be caused by him? Right now, he didn't have time to think about this. Looking at Jia Kong, who was full of satisfaction, he said, "If you have the guts, come." "Ha ha ha! Brat, are you still so arrogant in front of me? The reason you are standing in front of me right now is because the Tian Shu gave you a bit of power. Otherwise, you would only be in a coma right now," Yunche said. To him, Long Fei was like a dead fish on a chopping board. Long Fei was secretly shocked. Why does he know it so clearly? Could it be that there was a prophecy 1,000 years ago? What kind of freaking perverted people are they? Long Fei never believed in prophecies. He only believed in himself. A man wins. Long Fei laughed and said, "Since you know it so well, then come and bite me." "Humph. Your mouth is pretty hard. Then go to hell." Jia Kong's eyes turned sinister. His expression changed. He took a step forward, and practically appeared in front of Long Fei. With a palm strike, he smashed towards Long Fei's head. The speed was too fast. The strength was too strong. There was no time to react at all. Long Fei's pupils suddenly shrank. The demon on his arm moved, as if it was automatically blocking. However, even after pausing for a few seconds, the attacks from the Jia Kong still did not land. Long Fei looked carefully and discovered that there was someone standing in front of him. Tian Shu. The Tian Shu's face was flushed red, and a devil fire started burning on his body. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jia Kong and said, "I will definitely not let you hurt him." Buzz! When the powerful force exploded, the remaining bit of Buddhist light in the body shot out, and even forced the Jia Kong to withdraw. Jia Kong's expression turned sinister, his blood tumbling below his chest. It was very uncomfortable, but looking at the devil fire on the Tian Shu's body, he said coldly, "Tian Shu, you still dare to use the power of Buddhist light at this time. You're already beyond saving, ha ha. You want to protect him? You want Damocles to give him the Buddha root? Ha ha ha." Jia Kong laughed out loud. "I forgot to tell you, the Buddha root disappeared 500 years ago. This guy is dead for sure, ha ha ha." The Tian Shu's eyes shook and said, "Impossible, it's impossible for the Buddha root to disappear." In the entire holy Buddhahood there was only one Buddha root. It was prepared for the Son of God. For thousands of years, without the arrival of the Son of God, the Buddha root had been kept in the pagoda in the Bliss Temple, and would not have disappeared. The Jiekong said, "If there was a Buddha root, do you think the Bliss Temple would hide in the heavenly palace and not dare to come out?" The Buddha root was long gone. The Buddha that you believe in, the Master that you trust, might have merged with the Buddha root and taken it for yourself. Ha ha ha. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Tian Shu's mind began to tremble. He had brought Long Fei into the holy Buddhahood precisely for the sake of the Buddha root. He promised Muwaner. But now. He didn't know how much longer he could control it either, but the moment he lost the ability to control his heart and fell into the path of demon, the power he had transferred to Long Fei would disappear and Long Fei would sink into a coma. Then his promise could not be fulfilled. Actually, seeing the painful expression on the Tian Shu's face, he wanted to tell him that he had a way to heal his injuries. As long as he could level him up, everything would be fine. But the few times that the words were about to reach his mouth, Long Fei endured it. This was the system. This was his secret. Apart from him, he could not tell anyone else his secret. However, hearing Jiekong's words, Long Fei's mind also secretly tightened. When the Tian Shu perishes and his Buddhist energy disappears, he would fall into a coma again. If that's the case, Long Fei's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to level up. You must upgrade. If he lost consciousness again, everything would be under the control of someone else. He did not want anyone to slap him a few times, so he did not move. Jiekong said, "Do you think I would lie to you? Everything you do is for the sake of bringing this brat to the holy Buddhahood. What I want to do is to end this brat's life. This is the certainty. Tian Shu, accept your fate." Ha ha ha! Jiekong laughed out loud. At the same time, he launched another sneak attack. He could already feel a few powerful auras approaching him. "Hurry up and finish the battle!" Jiekong shouted. Long Fei's eyes were tightly shut, the idea was tightly holding on to Ghost Rider. If it was as he had expected, when the Tian Shu fell victim to the demon and its power disappeared, then he... Kill! Long Fei's heart turned sinister. No matter what, he did not want his life to be in someone else's hands. However, the Tian Shu looked at Long Fei again and said, "Long Fei, you must not use that power." Not waiting for him to finish, the Jiekong's attack had already landed. Long Fei also moved and shouted, "My life is not up to me to decide. What dogs hit fate, what dogs hit determinations in front of me, it's just dog shit." At this time, why would he care about what power he couldn't use? People die. Immortality, tens of thousands of years. Ghost Rider, drag his soul into hell. Long Fei roared out, and a burning chariot flew out from hell. On top of the chariot, there was a Ghost Rider holding onto a chain. Chapter 1904 Tian Shu Enchanted. Chapter 1904 Tian Shu Enchanted Ghost Rider. Underworld Messenger. The chains in his hands that carried hellfire were like the scythes of the Reaper, specifically meant to take his life. The door to hell opened. Ghost Rider rode on his Harley motorcycle and flew out. The scene was extremely cool. Even the Tian Shu trembled. "Long Fei, what is this?" Jiekong was even more confused. "Lord Evil Spirit?" Long Fei, however, did not speak any further and shouted, "Kill them!" Shwa! The chain moved, fiercely twisting, and directly wrapped around the neck of an evil spirit Buddha, fiercely pulling. Ka! The head was fractured. Within a few seconds, his entire body turned into a pile of black powder. With a gentle breeze, the powder dissipated into the air. Not only did he kill, he even killed them cleanly. Just like that. Jiekong's face was filled with shock, as though he was facing a great enemy. He stared at Long Fei and shouted, "Who exactly is he?" Long Fei grinned. It's your ancestor. Didn't you want to kill me? Weren't all these 1,000 years of waiting to kill me? Come the F***ck now. Long Fei roared, his eyes fierce, the demon energy in his arms stirred along with his anger, as though it was about to break out. Just as Long Fei was talking, the metal chain in Ghost Rider's hand once again wrapped around another Buddha, causing his entire body to turn into black powder. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Evil Spirit Buddha for obtaining 39,000 experience, 39,000 holy power value, and 1 metamorphic energy value. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Evil Spirit Buddha for obtaining 39,000 experience, 39,000 holy power value, and 1 metamorphic energy value. 2 consecutive notifications sounded. 2 quick kills. Jie Kong's expression became more and more unsightly. He simply could not understand Ghost Rider, and he even more so did not know whether he was a evil spirit tribe or a demon from hell. Seeing that his 2 disciples were both killed, his heart trembled. He stared at the Tian Shu and said, "The head of the 4 holy monks has brought back a demon. Ha ha ha! If word of this gets out, what do you think the people in Bliss Temple would think?" "Tian Shu, you sure are bold." The Tian Shu frowned. "However," Long Fei said, "you can't become a Buddha, and similarly, you can't become a devil either, because you are just a lackey of the evil spirit tribe. No, you don't even have the right to be a dog, because you will soon become a dead dog." Boom! Ghost Rider's chains moved again, locking towards him. Jie Kong's reaction was extremely fast. He instantly appeared behind the other disciple. Shwa! Rumble! The disciple didn't even have time to react before he was caught by the iron chain. His body instantly ignited, turning into a pair of black powder, and even his bones were completely burnt. "Hide! I'll see where you can hide!" Long Fei snorted, the motorcycle roared and flew at an extreme speed, the iron chain in his hand started to spin. Jie Kong explosively retreated, and said, "Tian Shu, you, as the head of 4 holy monks, did not suppress such an evil being when you saw it? How can you be worthy of your identity?" The Tian Shu stared at Long Fei. He only knew that Long Fei's arm was that of a devil's hand, but he never thought that Long Fei would still have the power to summon out such an evil object. He asked himself, "Did I really bring a demon? Is he a demon?" The Tian Shu did not move, even though Long Fei was a demon. He was not able to stop him now. His energy was rapidly draining. His mind was quickly being occupied by the hundreds of thousands of evil spirit souls. He was slowly losing control of his body. Bedevilment any time. Even if he had the power, he would not dare stop Long Fei. Long Fei was not someone from the holy Buddhahood. However, his heart sank at this moment. Jie Kong's expression also suddenly changed, revealing a pleased cold smile, and said, "Did you sense it? It's coming. The High Monk from the Bliss Temple is coming. What if he saw it?" Ha ha ha! The Jie Kong was very clear on the purpose of the Tian Shu bringing Long Fei to the holy Buddhahood. He wanted to find the Buddha root and heal his injuries, but once Long Fei was able to summon the Ghost Rider and be discovered by the people from the Bliss Temple, he would never be able to think of obtaining the Buddha root in his life. The Tian Shu immediately said, "Long Fei, stop!" With 4 Buddha killed, his experience points rose by 1,000,000. Very good. There was only 1 boss left. Stop? Not kill? What kind of joke was this? Kill, 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 kill him! Long Fei did not have any intentions of stopping. However, the Jie Kong was extremely fast as he continuously dodged. Furthermore, he was also deliberately stalling for time, a smile on his face as he said, "Tian Shu, are you trying to lose control of your body? He's a demon too. You two are both demons. If the people from Bliss Temple were to see this scene, it would definitely be very exciting." Ha ha ha! The Tian Shu shouted, Long Fei, stop! Long Fei did not listen. In the distance, the three Buddhist light figures got closer and closer. What strong demon spirit flames! How did a completely different devil fire die? Could it be that Jie Kong has become stronger again? Let's not talk too much first. Tian Shu is a four holy monk. Something must not happen to him. The three of them sped up and flew up. As they got closer and closer to it, they felt that unique evil spirit aura. Their hearts were also filled with doubt. It's too late. The Tian Shu was extremely anxious. He couldn't stop Long Fei. Ghost Rider couldn't be killed, so the situation was in a deadlock. If people found out that Long Fei could control Ghost Rider, then he... Jie Kong laughed proudly. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, the power in the Tian Shu's mind suddenly relaxed, and the evil spirits instantly took over his entire body. Buzz! The Tian Shu was bedevilish. The pupils of his eyes instantly changed to a dark red color as the devilish flames around his body frantically burned. Ha ha ha! The head of the four holy monks, Tian Shu, has been bedeviled. Jie Kong was incomparably pleased and started to laugh maniacally. It was also at this time that he let down his guard against the Tian Shu. Evil spirit magic tribe would never attack him. Long Fei was also stunned. Jie Kong said excitedly, "Brat, it's time for you to die." He was enraged. He struck out forcefully. The Jie Kong had always been looking for an opportunity and seized the moment when Long Fei was in a daze, to attack with his full strength. She struck towards Long Fei's head. This time, no one could stop him. Ghost Rider simply didn't have time. As for the Tian Shu, he had already become obsessed and would not stop him anymore. Long Fei's expression sank, because at this moment, the energy of the Tian Shu on his body had not completely disappeared. He became weak. Am I going into a coma? Chapter 1905. Chapter 1905. Once the Tian Shu was bedeviled, his previous strength would completely disappear. Long Fei's body would once again fall into a coma. Then he would definitely be killed by the Jie Kong. Right now, Long Fei still needed a lot of experience before he could level up. Even if the boss was killed instantly, it wouldn't level up. What should he do? His life was hanging by a thread. Jie Kong's sneak attack. Not far away, the high monk from Bliss Temple was getting closer and closer, and all of the matters were disadvantageous to Long Fei. Kid! Die! Jie Kong's powerful strength burst forth, and instantly landed in front of Long Fei, covering him with a palm. The evil spirit turned the sky upside down. Waves of powerful gaseous flames blasted towards Long Fei like thunder. He couldn't block it. Even if his body was at peak condition, it would not be able to withstand such power. Long Fei was unwilling to give up. Extreme displeasure. If he couldn't kill the boss, he would instead be killed by the boss? Right at this moment, the Tian Shu that had just been possessed by the devils will suddenly move. It released its devil fire and blocked the incoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. He had blocked all of Jie Kong's attacks. A sudden change. The Jie Kong did not even manage to react as he stared at the Tian Shu and said, "You, wasn't he possessed? You still dare to attack me, Tian Shu?" The Tian Shu's eyes were purple-red and the devilish flames around her body burned as she said, "I am a demon, but I will still protect him." Long Fei. The Tian Shu used all its strength and roared. Long Fei was also shocked by the sudden scene. He did not expect the Tian Shu to be bedeviled, but still went to protect him. Following the Tian Shu's loud shout, Long Fei moved. The Ghost Rider's iron chains swept out. Shwa! In a flash, he wrapped his arms around Jie Kong's neck, but other than that, the other Jie Kong was holding on to him as he said, "A Ghost Rider like this won't be able to kill me." Ha ha ha! The high monks of the Bliss Temple are about to arrive. If they can see this, it will definitely be very exciting, ha ha ha. Jie Kong laughed out loud. He couldn't move. The Ghost Rider couldn't move either. The Tian Shu could not move either. The only one who could move was Long Fei. If they did not finish off the Jie Kong before the High Monk from Bliss Temple arrived, then everything that the Tian Shu had done would have been in vain. Long Fei was about to faint, because the people of Bliss Temple would never go save a demon. Jie Kong laughed out loud, ha ha. This is fate. Although I did not kill you, you will still have a hard time escaping death. At this moment, Long Fei took a step forward. His body sank slightly. The Tian Shu's power in his body became weaker and weaker, almost unable to support his body anymore. The Jie Kong watched as Long Fei walked towards him, then laughed coldly. What can a sickly trash like you do? You can't do anything. The Tian Shu looked at Long Fei as it shook its head continuously. His heart was lost, but he was still trying to dissuade Long Fei from using any kind of power. The people of Bliss Temple are about to arrive. Long Fei took another step. Jie Kong was not afraid in the slightest as he looked into the distance and said, "We're here. The High Monks of Bliss Temple have arrived. Let them see you two demons." In the blink of an eye. Boom! Long Fei's right arm exploded with full power. A loud explosion resounded. His arm turned into a devil's hand and a shocking demonic aura burst out, soaring to the peak. Jie Kong's expression turned cold. The Tian Shu's expression also became tense. Jie Kong roared out, "What is that?" Looking at Long Fei, his heart suddenly trembled. He had never felt such power before. Long Fei roared out, "It's your ancestor." With all of his strength, he punched Jie Kong in the chest. Buzz! A punch pierced through. The devil's hand madly absorbed the evil spirit force from the Jie Kong's body, and his arms started to tremble. The power in Long Fei's arm became even stronger. A moment later, Jie Kong became a dried-up corpse. The amount of blood on the top of his head instantly reached the bottom. At the same time, the system beep rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Jie Kong, for obtaining 1 million experience, 100,000 holy power value, and 1 metamorphic energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Evil Spirit Sariras. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Evil Buddha Scripture. The system sounded out a few times. Long Fei didn't have time to use his metamorphic energy value, because, in that moment, the Tian Shu suddenly threw Long Fei aside, and his arm fiercely stabbed into Jie Kong's body, releasing the devil fire on his body to its peak. Long Fei was startled. The Ghost Rider disappeared. The Tian Shu roared loudly again, "Jie Kong, don't even think of touching him." Long Fei's arm also quickly returned to its original form. At this moment, the High Monk from Bliss Temple rushed over. Seeing the scene before them, the faces of the 3 esteemed monks darkened. The Divine Monk is bedeviled. Unexpectedly, he killed the Jie Kong. Why is it like this? The Tian Shu turned around, looked at the 3 esteemed monks, and said with difficulty, "I killed the Jie Kong. My mind is being invaded by the evil spirits. I have already become bewitched." He took care of everything on his own. Everything about the devil he carried on his shoulders. He absolutely could not let the matter of Long Fei having a demon on his arm be exposed. He would rather lie. The Buddhist disciples would never lie, but for Long Fei, he had broken the rules many times. A tall monk said, "God Monk of the Tian Shu, although you are the head of the 4 holy monks, but you have become a demon now, we are unable to bring you back." The Tian Shu's heart was in incomparable pain. The Bliss Temple was like this before. After leaving for 1,000 years, he was unable to enter, but he did not regret what he had done. Long Fei looked at everything before him. His tears couldn't help but gush out. Why? Why? The Tian Shu smiled and said, "Because this is my promise." "That's true. My bet." Long Fei's heart was in pain. Everything that the Tian Shu had done shocked him. Senior brother, although the divine monk has been bedeviled, his consciousness has yet to completely erode. Can you bring him back? Is there any way to take a look at the Lord of Buddha? Yeah. A godly monk can become a Buddha. He definitely won't be so easily corroded by evil spirits. Take him back. The three monks began to discuss. The Tian Shu shook his head. No need, I am almost losing control. I will lose my mind at any time. You all must save him. While they were talking, his body suddenly dropped down from the air. It descended vertically. Long Fei wanted to rush down, but he suddenly realized that the power inside his body was disappearing. His eyes turned blurry. He fainted. This is bad. The strength of the Tian Shu disappeared completely from his body. Long Fei. Coma. Chapter 1906. I want to become a son of God. Chapter 1906. I want to become a son of God. He had completely fallen into the demonic path. His strength had completely changed. In this kind of situation, the power in Long Fei's body would obviously not be able to hold on. Disappeared. Without the support of the Tian Shu, he would not be able to wake up. Unless another wave of Buddhist holy energy was injected into his body, he would not be able to stay conscious. Just like a vegetable, the demon in the dome had done far more damage to his body than he had imagined. Inverted view. Long Fei fainted. At the very last moment, his heart tightened slightly. Damn it, all of these are over. Bliss Temple, in the Buddhist hall. We can't let this child live. If not for him, holy Buddhahood would not have become like this. Back then, we should not have agreed to Mu Wanner's conditions, and holy Buddhahood should not have become embroiled in some worldly strife. You're right. If not for him, would 4 holy monks have left for 1,000 years? They have already become Buddha, so what can evil spirit tribe do with their power? The fall of the Tian Shu to the path of demon is a huge blow to us all. It's all's fault. The hall was in an uproar. The Buddhist temple? It was exactly like the market. Moreover, they cultivated Buddhism, but few had the heart. When faced with death, everyone felt threatened, so who would care about others? And then, a loud shout came from a high seat in the great hall. How dare you make such a ruckus? The main hall quieted down. The host looked at the 3 monks and said, Tell me in detail what you have seen. Why have the Tian Shu still not lost her heart after falling into the devil Tao? A tall monk said, At that time, because of the angle, we were not able to see it very clearly, but we can be certain of one thing. Tian Shu did not change after becoming bewitched, and he did not lose his will. He is still protecting that brat. I feel that the souls of evil are not impossible to break. As long as our Buddhist heart is stable, we will not be eroded. The host continued to ask, Are you saying that the Tian Shu fell into the demonic path and did not turn into a demon? He has over 100,000 evil spirit souls in his body. The monk said, I don't know either. At this time, a monk with his eyebrows down asked, Host, you aren't thinking of taking back the Tian Shu, are you? The host said, Why not? If they can find him, they might be able to break through the evil spirit soul. How many disciples of our Buddhist sect have their Buddhist hearts been corroded? If we can break it, the holy Buddhahood will return to its original state. Ha ha ha! The long-browed monk could not help but laugh and said, With their cultivation level being higher than the Tian Shu, and their potential, there are many stronger people than them. Lord of Buddha had predicted that the 4 of them could become Buddha, but he has already been possessed. How can he become a Buddha? He's already gone. Why bother to look for him? Right now, the most important thing for me to do is to deal with that brat. We all know why he is here, Buddha root. But there are no Buddha root in the pagoda, which is probably why the Son of God did not descend for thousands of years. The long-browed elder spoke slowly. The Son of God is our only hope. Son of God will not descend. We should select a Son of God and have him lead us out of the darkness. That is the main point, and it is not to find demons that have fallen to the demonic path. As soon as he finished, it immediately won the approval of many people. If the Son of God does not descend, we should choose a Son of God. As long as we have his permission, he will be the Son of God. Maybe the Buddha root will appear during the Son of God selection. Son of God is very important. If we had the protection of the Son of God, would the evil spirit tribe be able to handle us? They began to discuss amongst themselves. The host frowned and asked, "What about the brat that Tian Shu brought back?" Many people looked at Longbrows. The long-browed deity slightly moved and said, "His mother was our holy Buddhahood's benefactor, but at the same time, it was also because his holy Buddhahood was involved in a dispute that caused him to end up like this. He wants the Buddha root, we can't take it out either. In my opinion, his life will only bring us trouble. It's better to send him away from Bliss Temple, whether he dies or lives, it will all be up to him." The host said, "If he leaves Bliss Temple, will he still be able to live?" The invasion of the evil spirit tribe was for Long Fei's life. Without the protection of the Bliss Temple, Long Fei would have definitely died. The long-browed monk said, "Do you want holy Buddhahood or his life? We have to choose one thing for sure, we made the wrong choice back then, and if we make the wrong choice this time, I'm afraid there won't be any place for us holy Buddhahood to stand on in the wild universe world. You know his identity, and his mother's identity better than I do. The current Dragon Clan. Does the current Mu clan still have half a force in the universal world? The situation has already gone, we are unable to reverse the situation, there is no need for us to be so stubborn, for the sake of the holy Buddhahood's Tsongshan, we cannot let him live." As soon as he finished, everyone immediately responded, "Long-browed Grandmaster is right. This kid can't stay. He is the cause of disaster." The host felt his heart tighten as he sighed inwardly. Late at night, the host walked into Long Fei's room, his palm pressing on Long Fei's back as the power of the Holy Buddha poured into his body. Ugh! Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath. His entire being seemed to have been revived. The feeling of a vegetable losing consciousness was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing an old monk sitting in front of his bed, Long Fei immediately stood up and asked, "Master, where is the Tian Shu master? Did you find them?" The host shook his head and said, "My child, I am sorry, I was unable to save the Tian Shu. Moreover, I can't even protect you." Long Fei's eyes became cold, and she said, "Am I to be sent out of Bliss Temple?" The host nodded and said again, "I'm sorry." Long Fei laughed. Actually, he had guessed it long ago. There was only one Buddha root in the entire Holy Buddhahood, and their whereabouts were still unknown, so how could they give it to an outsider like him? Just like the great revitalizing pellet of Shaolin Temple, how could they give it to an outsider? Long Fei shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter, since I never thought of staying here. Master, right now I just want to know if the Tian Shu master is enchanted. Is there still any hope?" The host's face tensed up and said, "He is the head of the 4 holy monks, his intelligence is greater than ordinary people. If we can find the Buddha root, then using the strong Holy Spirit she might be able to purify the evil spirit in his body. It's just that the Buddha root has already disappeared for hundreds of years." Without Buddha root there was no hope. Long Fei asked again, "Other than the disappeared Buddha root, is there any other way to obtain it?" The host thought for a moment, then said, "Bliss Temple is going to undergo the selection process for Son of God. If I can become a Son of God, maybe I will be rewarded with a Buddha root from Lord of Buddha. A new Buddha root will appear." Long Fei muttered in his heart, "Son of God selection? A new Buddha root?" His heart was tight. "Master Tian Shu, I owe you, I will repay it with my life, I will definitely become a Son of God." The Table of Contents. Table of Contents. Buddha root can save Tianshu. Then Long Fei must get the Buddha root. No matter what. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would still obtain the Buddha root. Even if he had to destroy Lord of Buddha, he had to obtain the Buddha root. He had to participate in the Son of God's selection. However, he did not say that he wanted to participate in the Son of God's selection. Half an hour later, the host sent Long Fei to the entrance at the other side of the Bliss Temple, then warned, "Child, you have to take care of everything that happens next. I can't help you either. Your mother once said that she wanted you to maintain your fearless heart." Long Fei said, "Thank you, Master, I will remember." The long-browed monk came over, looked at Long Fei and said, "Brat, you better not appear in Bliss Temple again, understand?" There was a trace of threat in his voice. Long Fei slightly smiled and did not say a word. Another monk said, "He's just a piece of trash, it's impossible for him to even fly to Bliss Temple." "Exactly. Brat, it is already our kindness that you were not imprisoned. If not for your mother, you would have been sent to the evil spirit tribe by now. I'm afraid they're all dead now. The evil spirit tribe is not as benevolent as us." Many monks said one after another. Long Fei looked at them and did not say anything. Instead, he memorized every single one of their appearances in his heart and muttered in his heart, "Wait for my return." The host coughed and said, "Long Fei, you must be careful below. After leaving Bliss Temple, head west. The west side is temporarily safe. Remember, must go west, understand?" The host's eyes carried a trace of anxiousness, and was reminding Long Fei. Long Fei also felt it and said, "Many thanks, I will remember. The west. Killing intent." The host said, "All right, let's go. If fate wills it, we will meet again." The host waved his hand, and a burst of energy wrapped Long Fei up. Then, Long Fei's body suddenly dropped to the ground. The holy Buddhahoods were not completely taken over by the evil spirit tribe. It still had a large area of land that was controlled by the Bliss Temple's Buddhist faith. In the west, New Buddha City, the host let Long Fei head west, but the meaning behind his words was the opposite. No matter where you go, you must not go west. Bliss Temple, the residence of the long-eyebrow Grandmaster. Yes. As you expected, the host really wants that kid to go to the western Buddha city. A strong monk said in a low voice. The long-browed deity was calm, and did not have much of a reaction. He said lightly, "The 1,000 years of waiting in evil spirit tribe were for him, and if we let him stay in holy Buddhahood, then our holy Buddhahood would never have a peaceful day. We can only give him to evil spirit tribe to complete their mission and naturally evacuate from holy Buddhahood. At that time, holy Buddhahood will regain his former tranquility and once again become the pure land of the world." This was his choice. The strong monk said, "What if evil spirit tribe doesn't keep his promise?" A ripple appeared in Long Browse's eyes. He was silent for a moment and then said, "It shouldn't be. Once Long Fei dies, there's no need for them to stay here anymore. Their target is not the holy Buddhahood. Moreover, if they were to fight for an inch longer, Lord of Buddha would probably not be able to escape. Sacrificing one person to save millions of people in the holy Buddhahood. Long Fei, your mother had saved the holy Buddhahood before, and now you can also save the holy Buddhahood." Long Brows said lightly. Everyone had different thoughts. Everyone's choices were different as well. Force Long Fei to leave Bliss Temple, then we can make our move. To Long Browed himself, he felt that he was saving the holy Buddhahood. His actions would definitely move the millions of people in the holy Buddhahood, and it might even become a Buddha. It is the dream of every Buddhist. Eyebrows looks up at the sky, staring. And Long Fei. Boom! Long Fei landed on the ground in the middle of a forest. After determining the direction, Long Fei did not hesitate, and immediately headed towards the east. He had regained consciousness. However, he was still the same as before. He could not use his own strength, and he was still an ordinary person. Right now, the most important thing is to level up. Don't pass out then. Long Fei really hated that feeling of unconsciousness. The feeling of being a vegetable was unbearable. Everything was resigned to fate. Too fucking stupid. Grade. I have to think of a way to level up. Long Fei kept thinking of ways to level up. Last time, when he walked with the Tian Shu master, he did not discover any demon beast. It was the same for Long Fei, who was in the forest, but he also did not find any demon beast. Damn! Could it be that this holy Buddhahood doesn't even have a single demon beast? If I don't kill the demon beast, how am I supposed to level up? Without demon beast, it was equivalent to having no experience. Without experience, one could not level up. This was the downside of the system. It was also the thing that made Long Fei feel the most pain. If he wanted to level up, he would have to kill monsters. Otherwise, it would be useless. Long Fei searched the mountain for a long time, but didn't find even a single hair of the demon beast. His heart also sunk. Looks like this holy Buddhahood really doesn't have any demon beast. This is going to be tough. Long Fei sat down and frowned. If there is no demon beast, then there is another way, killing people. There isn't anything else in the holy Buddhahood, so there should be a lot of low-level evil spirits. The most concentrated place should be Buddha City, right? Long Fei planned in his heart. He had followed the Tian Shu to look at the Buddha City in the air. However, the moment Long Fei appeared in Buddha City, it was the same as exposing himself. F***ck. If I don't enter the infernal realm, who will? Moreover, to this daddy, the Buddha City is heaven. I will be reborn in this heaven. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. He looked at the experienced slot. The corners of his mouth lifted up in excitement. Buddha City. Evil Spirit City. It was also the holy Buddhahood's hell. The place where the devil fire was the strongest. Hundreds of thousands of Buddha City's people turned into evil spirits and roamed around the city. To others, this was hell. However, to Long Fei, the Buddha City was a heaven for upgrades, a sea of experience. The key was, no one would have thought that Long Fei would appear in the evil spirit Buddha City, even if he didn't go to the Western Buddha City. Let alone the long-browed elder, even the host wouldn't have known. The evil spirit tribe would have even more never thought of this. Buddha City, paradise, I'm coming. Long Fei stepped forward. What did you say? There's no way to go to the Western Buddha City? Are you sure? The long-browed man's expression turned sinister. He frowned and said, only the West is the pure land of holy Buddhahood. Where else can he go if not the West? A monk shook his head and said, I don't know. There is no trace of him. Long Brows pondered for a long time and muttered, could he have gone to Evil Spirit Buddha City? Chapter 1908 Descent of the Son of God. Chapter 1908 Descent of the Son of God. Demonic flames soared to the sky. Just like the demon beast in a movie, the demon Chi could be seen with the naked eye lingering in the sky above Buddha City. The huge Buddha City was like a dead city. There was no sound at all. Dead silence. Long Fei stood on the hillside. There were a few low-level evil spirits wandering around the entrance of the Buddha City. They were not much different from humans. The only difference was that their bodies were emitting evil spirit flames, causing their eyes to be empty. It was as if he had lost his consciousness and was wandering around aimlessly. Many of them were monks. These monks were all monks of the martial arts training. Although they had become evil spirits, their cultivation levels were still there, or even stronger. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Clenching both of his fists, a cracking sound could be heard. Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath and said, my slaughter is about to begin. Buddha City, right? Evil spirits, right? If no one comes to transcend you, I'll transcend you. Long Fei faintly smiled as the idea moved. Ghost Rider, attack! Buzz! Space twisted, and the gates of hell opened. Ghost Rider roared as he rode on his violent motorcycle from hell. Long Fei stepped onto the motorbike and sped out. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar shook the skies. It was an incomparably cool scene. In a short moment, he had charged to the city gate. The Ghost Rider swept the hellfire chains in his hands and directly cut the low-rank evil spirits into two. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing low-level evil spirit, for obtaining 500 experience, holy power value plus 1 point, and metamorphic energy value plus 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing low-level evil spirit, for obtaining 500 experience, holy power value plus 1 point, and metamorphic energy value plus 1 point. A low-level vengeful spirit with 500 experience points. If I want to level up, I'll need to. Hundreds of thousands of evil spirits, damn. Long Fei was secretly shocked. Don't worry about that, kill. Boom! Ghost Rider rushed straight into the Buddha city. There were too few evil spirits outside the city, so it wasn't fun. However, when he rushed into Buddha city, Long Fei's scalp started to turn numb. It was so dense that it covered the sky and the earth. All of them were evil spirits, and also, there were even some evil spirits that had mutated into incomparably ugly high-level evil spirit. The entire Buddha city was covered in dark red blood clot. A house was like hell. Even the Ghost Rider was shocked. In that instant, all the evil spirits in the Buddha city were staring at Long Fei. It was as if they had been discovered by a million zombies, and following that, the evil spirits within the city surged towards Long Fei like tidal waves. The scene. The shock was indescribable. Long Fei's eyes turned cold. What the F******K? He's F***** king trying to make me go up to the sky. I was worried that there weren't enough evil spirits, seems like. It can definitely help me level up. He was a Black Star rank 9 now. According to the cultivation level of the Devil Island, he still had 2 great realms, the Silver Star realm and the Gold Star realm. However, now it seemed that he didn't have to worry at all. Bring it on! Long Fei jumped down from the motorcycle, his eyes startled, seeing the waves of evil spirits rushing towards him. He grinned excitedly. Here. You don't have to be afraid of some devil's power, right? Long Fei stretched out his right hand, looked at his arm that was about to make a move, and his arm turned black, becoming a devil's hand. Then let me see how strong you are. Buzz! With a shake of his arm, a black devil's power shot out. This time, Long Fei did not suppress it in the slightest, allowing the power in the demon's arm to fully erupt. The devil's hand was also like a wild horse that had escaped its restraints, acting recklessly and recklessly. Long Fei could clearly feel its strength. That extraordinary power. Here. It was like a flood dragon in the sea, able to turn the heavens and turn the earth upside down. S right arm trembled, as if he was about to separate himself from his body. When you're done with showing off, work for me. As soon as he finished. Rumble! Boom, rumble, rumble, asterisk. A few explosions sounded in the air, and in that instant, all the evil spirits in the sky and on the ground rushed towards Long Fei. The demon moved his right arm and clenched his fingers. Plop, plop. Just like the sound of his heart beating, a fist shot out explosively, directly smashing into the void. Long Fei's expression darkened. A huge wave of energy appeared in front of his eyes. The moment was extremely slow, however, and it was extremely fast. A fist shot out, and all the evil spirits in the sky and on the ground were blown away. They were scattered all over the place, and all of their limbs were snapped apart, causing a massacre that spanned over 10 meters. None of them survived. It ba. F***ck. This is awesome. Long Fei was shocked. The system beep had already vibrated to the point that his eardrums hurt, and he was completely intoxicated by the devil's power. This was simply a type of artistic power. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed wildly. He released the power of the Devil's Hand even more. The Devil's Hand's berserk explosion led Long Fei into a berserk massacre. Wherever it went, not a single blade of grass grew, as if demons were dancing wildly. At this moment, Long Fei was a demon. Similarly, he was also a Lord of Buddha. Because he was purifying the city. There were fewer evil spirits in the city. Suddenly, at the most western side, a clap of thunder exploded in the air. It was deafening. This thunder also shocked the entire holy Buddhahood. The Son of God has descended. This was a sign. At the same time, it was also a reminder that the awakening of the Son of God had begun. The Bliss Temple erupted in cheers. Son of God thunder. It's finally sounded. Ha ha! The Son of God has descended. Holy Buddhahood's hope is here. Everyone was cheering. The arrival of the Son of God was a lifesaver for them. As long as the Son of God grew up, then the evil spirit tribe would be chased out of the sect, and the holy Buddhahood would be able to return to its former state of being a pure land. In the main hall, the host's face was full of excitement as he asked, "Where is he? Where is it?" The main hall quickly calmed down. One of the monks said, "Host, the Son of God sounded out. The Son of God must have appeared in the Western Buddha city. Looks like the long-browed Grandmaster's Son of God selection is approved by the Lord of Buddha, as long as this time it is the Son of God that is chosen." That's right. It can't be wrong. The Son of God competition was born in the sky of absolute joy, then it must be born in the Western Buddha city. It can't possibly appear in the evil spirit tribe, or perhaps in the midst of the evil spirit Buddha city, right? That's impossible. How could it be born in that evil place? It must be in the Western Buddha city. We will immediately proceed with the selection of the Son of God. Long-browed Grandmaster is too wise. Eyebrows is filled with joy and some pride. He had been acknowledged by the Lord of Buddha. If he were to capture Long Fei and hand him over, would he become a Buddha on the spot? Thinking of this, he felt even more proud of himself. Evil Spirit Buddha City. Holy **T. What's the situation? Why did a ray of the Lord of Buddha's holy light suddenly appear in my body? What's the situation? Long Fei was a little puzzled. Chapter 1909 Upgrade, Power Return. Chapter 1909 Upgrade, Power Return. When he consecutively killed 100,000 evil spirits, a ray of Lord of Buddha holy light suddenly appeared in his body, enveloping his mind and consciousness. It was like the light from the sky. Long Fei did not know what this light represented. Could it be that the holy Buddha is still there to protect us? Buddha does not kill life, I do. Buddha does not cross over, I cross over. Could this be the reason for the appearance of the holy light? Long Fei muttered to himself for a while. The holy Buddha's light slowly faded from his body, but it did not disappear. It was hidden in a corner of Long Fei's body. Long Fei was too lazy to think about it. He was thinking about something. Upgrade. Continue to kill. Boom. The devil's power continued to wildly dance. 100,000 consecutive strikes and 100,000 consecutive kills continued. Evil Spirit Tribe. Son of God's thunder, Son of God's descent. Holy Buddhahood will begin a new chapter. Those people from Bliss Temple will definitely search for Son of God and have him lead the way to fight us. We just received news that they are going to conduct the Son of God selection. Son of God selection? From the looks of it, they also do not know that it is the Son of God. It is beneficial to us this way. At this time, a person seated on the high seat wearing a veil lightly said, "Since it's a Son of God selection, then what selection should be considered as the standard? We can also participate." Her voice was a little cold. However, one thing was certain. The person who spoke was a woman. An evil Buddha said, Sir, there has never been such a thing as selecting a Son of God before, but from what I can deduce, the Son of God selection is just a martial arts training selection, plus Buddhist cultivators. With these two things added together, whoever can reach the top should be the Son of God. The veiled lady was silent for a moment, then said, "Since that is the case, what will happen after I become the Son of God?" Buddha immediately said, "Son of God has disappeared for thousands of years, Buddha root has disappeared for hundreds of years, and once Son of God reappears, Lord of Buddha may descend." The lady's eyes shone brightly and she asked, "Buddha root?" The Buddha said, "That's right, the Son of God must have a Buddha root. Only those who possess a Buddha root can become Buddha can enter the true paradise, and become a holy Buddha." This was something that everyone in holy Buddhahood knew. However, the achievement of the Son of God Buddha was also not that simple. He would have to go through countless hardships before becoming a Son of God. After becoming a Son of God, he would have to undergo numerous trials. Whether or not he could become a Buddha through tribulation was unknown. The woman's eyes narrowed, like crescent moons, she said, "What if our evil spirit tribe becomes a Son of God? What kind of blow will this deal to the holy Buddhahood?" The hall suddenly became silent, and everyone turned to look at the lady on the high seat. They were extremely respectful towards this woman. She was a true evil spirit. It was also the most powerful evil spirit. Buddha said, "Sir, we are all carrying evil spirit flames, we are unable to participate. Even if we succeed in choosing to become Son of God, we will still not be able to withstand the baptism of the Lord of Buddha's holy light." The woman did not care about this and said, "That's because you guys can't take it." The Buddha froze, looking into the woman's eyes. The Lord of Buddha's baptism of holy light could evolve all kinds of evil, and no amount of evil could escape it. The woman then continued, "Martial arts training, I can become a Son of God, Buddhist cultivator, I can also become a Son of God, no one can stop me. After I obtain the Buddha root, I will personally destroy it in the Hall of Bliss Temple, and see what kind of expression these old bald donkeys have. Hee hee." He was completely like a madman. Everyone in the hall was shocked. However, no one doubted her strength. There was nothing to say about the martial arts training. Buddhist cultivation? Even those old monks who had cultivated for 1,000 years couldn't compare to her. If she really used these two as the standard, then she would definitely become a Son of God. Anyone in the holy Buddhahood could cultivate Buddha, and any woman could also become a Buddha. Right. The girl's eyes turned cold, her cold gaze returned, and she asked, "Where is that brat now? Did Long Brows fail?" One of the Buddha walked out and said, "Reporting to Sir, Long Brow did not succeed, that brat holy Buddhahood disappeared. However, he should not be able to escape, his current strength is from the Bliss Temple. If he dies, he will die. He's no threat at all." The lady nodded her head and said, "Seems like I have to do one more thing when I obtain the Buddha root, and kill the person in charge of the extreme sky. 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright, go and prepare." Boom! Boom! 18,000 combo attacks kill. Ding! Ding! Long Fei killed without stopping. He was afraid that the feeling of becoming a vegetable once again would of course lead him to life and death in the hands of others. It was too hard. The killing intent of the devil's hand became more and more intense. The system also exploded. However, Long Fei had yet to find a single boss within the Buddha city that he could look at. They were all low-ranked evil spirit. This troubled Long Fei the most. There was no way he could use his abnormal value. Boom! Boom! 138,000 combo attacks. Ding! Long Fei fought with all his might. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, he did not take a minute to rest and continued to kill. 200,000 kicks. Boom! In this instant, the holy light of the Buddha appeared again as another ray of light fell upon his body. This feeling was extremely special, and one could not tell what it was. It only made Long Fei feel incomparable warmth. It was the feeling of a child nestling in his mother's arms. At the same time, in the Western world, there was another loud noise. The thunder of the Son of God resounded once again throughout the entire holy Buddhahood. Bliss Temple and Evil Spirit Tribe were shocked again. 300,000 combo. Rumble. Once again, Buddhist light flashed inside Long Fei's body, but he was already numb to it now and scolded, "Damn you, Buddhist light is always flashing, you actually have the rewards, I don't want anything else, just the Tathagata Buddha avatar will do." But nothing happened. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Long Fei's eyes were tightly locked as he looked at the evil spirit that was trembling in the corner and gulped as he looked at his 99,999% experience bar condition. You! The punch landed. Buzz! A powerful force suddenly exploded, directly blowing the body of that evil spirit apart. The system beep. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing low-level evil spirit, for obtaining 1000 EXP, 10 holy power value, 1 metamorphic energy value. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level. Silver Star level 1. Damn! Fuck, I finally leveled up. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. He had leveled up countless times, but this time, he had never looked forward to leveling up as much as this time, as his body was fully recovered. It was a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. Chapter 1910 Tathagata's Essence Blood. Chapter 1910 Tathagata's Essence Blood. The Sumi Rings was recovering. The system was recovering. Long Fei's body was recovering. His cultivation technique was recovering. The blasting fist changed from grayish-white to multicolored, completing its cooldown. Everything returned to the state that Long Fei was in when he was in the Devil Island, as if he had been completely awakened. Also, his devil's power did not weaken in comparison. After 3 days and 3 nights of killing, his devil's hand had absorbed the evil spirit's power from the 3 days and 3 nights ago. It had become even more brutal and arrogant, to the point where it was completely out of Long Fei's control at times. Tian Shu once said, "This kind of power would not be inferior to others. It would be able to contend for the throne." In the past, Long Fei was afraid. Now, he was not the least bit afraid. The system was there, the power was there, the blasting fist was there, and in this world, who did he need to be afraid of? Just when Long Fei was excited, the system sounded out once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up and obtaining a special reward. Upgrade reward. Long Fei's mind tensed up. He immediately held his breath and waited quietly. What could it be? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Tathagata's blood. F***ck me. Tathagata's blood essence? Long Fei swallowed a mouthful of saliva heavily, his entire person being shaken. He never thought that the system would be so awesome. Tathagata's blood essence? The heck? Buddha didn't have a clone, but Tathagata's blood essence. Wow, what the hell, they're going to be posted soon, Long Fei said with great excitement in his heart. Open the system now. Item. Tathagata blood grade? Damage? Attribute? Description. Fusion item. F***ck. What's the situation? The attributes are all gone and the description is only 1 or 4 words. What the F***ck is this? Fusion items, what is fusion? Tell me. Long Fei complained fiercely. Tathagata blood. It was not Tathagata blood vein. This drop of blood essence definitely contained the powerful strength of Lord Tathagata the Buddha, but what did it need to fuse with? I don't know. Master System, give me a hint, won't you? Long Fei muttered. not waiting for system prompt. The sleeping beauty among the space rings stretched her back and said, Master, this Tathagata blood essence is a type of supreme power. It needs the cooperation of the Buddha root and will become the supreme power in the Buddhist realm. Sister, are you awake again? Listening to this, Long Fei stretched as he looked at the sleeping beauty. He had to admit that he had not seen her for a few years, but now, growing up, some parts of his body were protruding even more ferociously. It was even more beautiful. The sleeping beauty was the most beautiful woman Long Fei had ever seen. Beautiful to the point of sacrilege. The sleeping beauty giggled and said, Master, I'm too sleepy. I can't get enough sleep, hee hee. Long Fei said, It's fine, go back to sleep. The main thing is that the time in this small world is different from the time in the big world. I'm especially prone to getting sleepy, and when you actually reach universal large world, I won't be this sleepy anymore. The sleeping beauty said with a smile. Universal large world? It was still too far away for Long Fei right now. Long Fei immediately asked, Sister, how much do you know about Evil Spirit Tribe? Has Evil Spirit Tribe appeared? The sleeping beauty was slightly surprised. She suddenly moved her power and immediately sensed the evil spirits in the surrounding and said, As expected, the Evil Spirit Tribe has appeared. Master, you must be careful. They are even more terrifying than Destiny God. Evil Spirit Tribe is a branch of the spirit race. Their souls have been corroded by the demons, so they are called the evil spirits. Their power is huge, you must be careful, once they catch you, all your previous efforts will be in vain. This was the first time the Sleeping Beauty had become so serious. She didn't say why Evil Spirit Tribe wanted to capture him. It was as if he was deliberately avoiding the question. Long Fei did not ask further. He knew that the Sleeping Beauty would not tell him any of this. If he wanted to know, he would have to find the answer himself. Long Fei nodded and said, I'll remember. The Sleeping Beauty said, Master, you don't have to worry, Holy Buddhahood's Evil Spirit Tribe is too small, they would really dare to do anything to you here. Humph. The Sleeping Beauty placed her hands on her hips, and her chest began to rapidly tremble. She had an angry look on her face as she pouted and said, I want them to watch it. Long Fei did not tell the Sleeping Beauty that he had almost died under the hands of the evil spirit. Instead, he smiled and said, Then, do you know how to purify the evil spirit? The Sleeping Beauty said, There are actually a lot of ways to purify them, but in Holy Buddhahood, the only way is to purify them with Buddha root. But Buddha roots are extremely important to you, do not use them to purify anyone. Buddha root. Activating one of the main artifacts' energy. This was a great treasure to Long Fei. The fourth stage of the main artifact was sure to be extremely cool, to be able to instantly kill everything there was. The strength of Buddha roots could be imagined. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, and did not say a word. The Sleeping Beauty stretched again and said, Okay, Master, I'm going to sleep now, hee hee. Before he could finish his words, he then lay down on the ground and closed his eyes. His face was incomparably fair, without the slightest blemish on it. He looked extremely alluring. No man can control the allure of it. Long Fei immediately stopped thinking about it. Buddha root. I have to get it. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, looked to the west and muttered, The Son of God's selection right? I'm coming. Some things had to be done. Son of God's selection. Long Fei had to attend. If there was someone who would risk their life for him, Long Fei could destroy a world because of him. This was Long Fei. If there was hatred, there would be revenge. If there was kindness, there would be kindness. The head of the 4 holy monks had fallen into such a state. If they did not save him, Long Fei would not be called Long Fei. Bliss Temple. The matter regarding the Son of God's selection has been announced. The entire Holy Buddhahood was stirred because of it. 3 claps of Son of God's thunder, could it be? 3 Son of Goddess appeared? It used to be the Son of God's thunder, but this time there were 3. And it was 3 consecutive days, once a day. Could it be because the holy Buddhahood had not seen the Son of God for thousands of years, and 3 people appeared at once? It's not impossible. The current holy Buddhahood is extremely difficult. If 3 Son of God can appear, then our holy Buddhahood can reappear in the world of the Pure Land. The great hall of the Bliss Temple was in a state of peace. The incident at the Son of God had let them see hope. Long Brow's residence. You have all the spirits of the Buddhist city disappeared? That's right. All of them have disappeared. The evil spirit demon flames above the Buddha city has also disappeared. Someone saw a person walk out from the Buddha city. His brows furrowed as he asked, "Who?" "It's the brat we're looking for, Long Fei." Long Brow's eyes flashed with a trace of light. "I really went to the Buddha city. Elder, should we make a move?" Long Brow shook his head and said, "No need, he is unimportant now. The most important thing is that we have to find the Son of God first." Chapter 1911 Chief Wang. Chapter 1911 Chief Wang. Whoever could find the Son of God first would be able to take the initiative. Even he could control the entire holy Buddhahood. Although it was the Son of God's selection, everyone was looking for the Son of God. Long Browed was looking for him. The other elders were also looking for him. The host was also sending people to look for him. They all wanted to be the first to find the Son of God. There were many emissaries of the Bliss Temple in the west, but a few days passed and no one found the legendary Son of God. The matter of the Son of God's selection had become extremely important. Everyone was looking forward to it. The selection date has been set. In 3 days, it will be held in the Western Buddha city's Extreme Temple. The first round will be the Buddhist comparison. All of a sudden, the entire Buddha city was boiling over with excitement. Every Buddhist wanted to give it a try, because becoming a Son of God was an honorable thing, and also something that one would yearn for in their dreams. The most important thing was, no one knew who the Son of God was. This also meant that anyone could become a Son of God, so all the requirements for this selection were relatively low. Anyone could participate. This also showed the helplessness of the Bliss Temple. They could only use this method to select people. It was better than anyone else. The Western Buddha city was packed with people. At the tea house, the inn and everywhere else were discussing about the Son of God's competition. Who do you think will become a Son of God? Hard to say, but I heard that 3 Son of God will appear this time. The golden age of the 3 Son of God has never appeared before. If the 3 Son of God were born, then the evil spirit tribe would have nowhere to hide. I heard that a young man appeared in Eastwood Town, and he has never cried since birth. He had a Buddhist seal on him, and his talent was extraordinary since he was young. He was especially good at studying Buddhist scriptures. I heard about it too, but that kid's martial arts training was too weak. This time's selection, not only for the cultivators, but also for the martial arts training, there was a young man in Nan Yuan Town who was called Powerful. He had God's divine strength, and also had a Buddhist seal on him, and was born with the protection of the Lord of Buddha. All sorts of discussions could be heard. The main gate of the Buddha city. Although the Western Buddha city was not as majestic as the first Buddha city, it was still shrouded in a gentle light, so it should be the last pure land of the holy Buddhahood. In front of the gate, Long Fei raised his head slightly, looked at the 2 giant Buddha statues, and gazed into the distance. At this time, a few people ran past him and said, "Hurry, the last day of registration for the Son of God selection is about to arrive. If you don't hurry, it'll be too late. I must be that Son of God." A ragged man rushed into the city like a madman. Not just him. There were all kinds of people, farmers, merchants, ladies, children, women. Long Fei had never seen such a great selection before. he thought in his heart. You all want to become Son of God? Long Fei quickened his pace. There were 100 registration points in Buddha City, and it was a place that almost every day there was no way to squeeze through. It took a lot of effort for Long Fei to make it to the registration area, he said. I want to sign up. What's his name? Without waiting for Long Fei to speak, a man beside him who was still holding a spoon that was used to cook food snorted. Me? My name is Chief Wang. Next. It fell heavily, Chief Wang. All right. This is your identity card. You can enter the selection when your name is called. He handed a bamboo stick-like identity badge to Long Fei and shouted, Next! Chief Wang originally wanted to register. Unexpectedly, the owner of the inn shouted loudly, Chief Wang, come back for me. A guest has arrived. Chief Wang was a little unwilling, but he was even more afraid of the boss deducting his salary. He grinned. Maybe I'm the legendary Son of God. He reluctantly squeezed out of the crowd. Long Fei held onto the identity board and looked at the words Chief Wang written on it, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were too many people registering. No one cares what your name is because, no matter what your name is, as long as you aren't Son of God, no one will remember your name. If you become a Son of God, no one will remember your name. Because others will only know your name is Son of God. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Get out of the way, get out of the way! All of you, get out of the way! Not too far away, a dozen strong men directly made a path through the crowd. The strength of the strong man was not weak. Hundreds of people were pressing down on him, yet he remained standing and unmoving. His cultivation was not low at all. In the distance, a teenager wearing a purple-gold monastic robe slowly walked over with a bald head. There was a trace of light on his body. Everyone was shocked. Falling Moon Town's Buddha? It's really him. His body is still radiating Buddhist light. Right at this moment, many people kneeled down and worshipped him. The Buddha was a very precious identity. The disciple that Buddha chose was actually a disciple that was selected by the high monk. It was just that he had studies on Buddhas that ordinary people could not compare to. That Buddha's eyes were somewhat cold, not even bothering to look at the people around him, as he walked forward and said with his palms clasped together, Buddha Lin Yuan. He wrote down the name and handed it over with both hands. Lin Yuan accepted it and slowly walked away. Towards those who knelt down to worship him, his eyes were still as cold as ever, and he did not even look at them once. Long Fei laughed in his heart. Buddha? I really don't know where there's even a hint of Buddhism. You want to become a Son of God with just such a high and cold idiot? Have your brains been squeezed by a door? A man beside Long Fei scolded in disdain. Don't let me meet with this kind of face of Xiao Bai, otherwise I would send him to Lord of Buddha with a punch. Long Fei looked at the man beside him. Tall and sturdy. It looked a little like the Bix Great Demon King inside the Dragon Pearl, only its skin color was different and it did not have a horn on its head. He looked at Long Fei and said, What are you looking at? A chef like you, I can also show you Lord of Buddha with a single punch. Very arrogant, very violent. Finished. He then left with large strides. Long Fei trembled slightly and laughed softly. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, the man who left also suddenly stopped. In the distance, a white-clothed woman was walking on her toes. Every step she took left a lotus flower on her feet, and her body seemed to float on the ground. Not only that, the woman had a holy appearance. With a slight smile on his face, he smiled at everyone around him. Compared to the Buddha just now, she was the real Buddha. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. The 10 muscular men around him immediately understood and charged forward. Long Fei's brows tightened and could not help but warn, Be careful. At the same time, Long Fei took a step forward. At this moment, the man who looked like the great demon king of Bic suddenly moved. Boom! The cloves on the upper half of their bodies directly exploded, heavily blocking the 8 muscular men. Long Fei's brows twitched, and the spirit chi on his body burst forth, transforming into a burst of strong spirit chi that rushed forward. Boom! Chapter 1912 Lord of Buddha Imprint. Chapter 1912 Lord of Buddha Imprint. The explosion of chi was extremely powerful. 8 strong men crashed into him and were sent flying. Boom! The white-clothed girl was startled. She looked at Long Fei and said, "Thank you." The great demon king of Bic walked over and looked straight at Long Fei, saying, "Chief Wang, I never thought that you would be so powerful." Poochie! When the white-clothed girl heard Chief Wang, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. That smile! Spring was shining, and the whole mountain was covered with azaleas. The smile was so moving and intoxicating. Enchanted. Long Fei was slightly startled. He had never seen a smile like the spring wind. The girl in front of him was truly not ordinary. Bic was also confused. He placed a hand on Long Fei's shoulder and muttered to himself, "Chief Wang, what do you feel? Why do I feel like I'm in a sea of flowers? The sunlight shines on my body in the spring, it's too comfortable." Long Fei said, "Bic, you are a Buddhist disciple, don't think too much." Bic. Who is the Bic? His eyes widened as he said, "Head chef, I didn't expect that you would be so fierce." At this moment, the white-clothed girl had already walked to the registration point, and Long Fei did not visit her any longer. Bic was about the same. The reason why he attacked wasn't because the woman was beautiful, but because he couldn't bear to look at Lin Yuan, nor could he bear to see her sad and weak. Seeing that Long Fei had walked far away, he quickly followed and asked, "Chef, you still haven't told me how you cultivate? What do you think a cook like you would do? Do you know what a Buddha is? Do you know how to write the word Buddha? Hey, hey, hey! I'm talking to you." Bic chased Long Fei all the way and asked incessantly, but Long Fei ignored him. Bic continued to ask behind him. This was because the power that Long Fei had released caused him to be excited. "Big Cook, shall we fight?" Bic blocked Long Fei's way and said, "Let's fight." Long Fei looked at Bic's serious expression and said, "Are you crazy?" The Bic clenched his fist and said, "The power that you exploded out earlier did not come from the Buddhist power. I really want to know what kind of power it is, so let's fight, right?" Long Fei stared at him and said, "You are so energetic, go and fight with an ox, I have no time to care about you." Long Fei still had to make some preparations for tomorrow's selection. The Son of God selection was different from all the previous selections. Buddhist cultivation? Long Fei didn't understand a thing. The main topic of the first stage was Buddhist cultivators. If one could not even pass the first stage, how could one become a son of God? Long Fei needed another day to make it up, so he decided to hug the Buddha's feet for a bit to see if he could get away with it. Long Fei walked to the end of the street and looked at the 9-story building, Buddhist Scripture Pavilion. At this moment, the entrance of the sacred mansion was also filled with people. There were many who had the same thoughts as Long Fei. When sharpening the spear, even if it wasn't quick, it would still shine, whether it was useful or not. Let's first take a look. Bic walked to Long Fei's side and said, "You want to enter the Buddhist pavilion?" Long Fei looked at the long queue. If he were to queue up here, he might not even reach the line tomorrow. He immediately shook his head and said, "Come and take a look." The Bic followed Long Fei's gaze and smiled. "Head chef, as long as you are willing to fight with me, I have a way to bring you to another place. That place has far more scriptures than this place, and they are much deeper. How about it?" "Let's fight." Long Fei looked at him and asked, "Why do you have to fight with me?" Bic said excitedly, "Because I have never seen the power in you before. I want to fight with you for a family. I did not come to participate in the selection to become the Son of God. My goal is not to become the Son of God. My goal is to become the martial Buddha. The Son of God is so boring. The most powerful thing in the world is to fight." Long Fei said. If you want to fight that badly, why don't you go and fight the evil spirits? Bick scratched his bald head and said, What use is there in thinking about it? I can't do it. Don't talk about that. I'll ask you now if you want to go to the Buddhist scripture pavilion? Other than knowing the words Buddha, Long Fei really didn't know anything else. If he really wanted to test some of the things in the scriptures, he would be like a gobbledygook. All right. I promise you. Long Fei said. 1 round. Bick said excitedly. 1 match is enough, no matter if you win or lose, I will bring you there. Not long later. The two of them arrived at the riverside outside the arena. A cool breeze blew past, causing the willow leaves to float in the air. Bick cupped his fists and said, Big Chef, I'm here. While they were talking, with each step he took, Buddhist light burst forth from under his feet and the muscles of his entire body expanded. Even half of his clothes were on the verge of bursting apart, giving him an extremely vigorous aura. Long Fei's eyes moved slightly and thought, what a strong power. He could clearly feel the orthodox Buddhism energy released from Bick's body, as if there was a power surrounding his entire body. Long Fei's mind moved, the aura of Silver Star Realm burst forth, and his right fist clashed directly with the aura. Boom! His holy power value surged and erupted. Long Fei's body exploded with a burst of silver light. Boom! The fists collided. Long Fei retreated a few steps, and Bick followed suit. The two of them were evenly matched. Immediately, Bick shouted excitedly, Again! His muscles tensed up even more, and his clothes started to crack. Crack, crack, crack. His strength was even stronger. Long Fei's aura also shook slightly as he increased his strength. Once again, he punched out. Boom! Boom! The two fists collided and the two retreated explosively once again. Bick looked at Long Fei and said, You're really strong, ha ha. Big Chef, I am going to use the power of 10 layers now. Buzz! A ray of light shot out from his body and gushed into his fist. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Swish! A loud sound echoed out. The jacket burst. Every muscle seemed to be cast from copper water. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he thought to himself, Let me see just how strong you are at the 10th level. His fist sank. All of the Silver Star Realm's power had been released. Moreover, the power of Long Fei's sacred body also erupted right after, and the two energies fused together. In an instant, the power of the Holy Buddha in Long Fei's body suddenly moved and fused into his fist. Come! Boom! Without any hesitation, the two fists collided once again. At this moment, the two of them did not separate immediately. The powerful energy continued to collide, and Long Fei could feel the orthodox Buddhist power on the Bick's fist. Ah! Bick roared, Watch out! Buzz! A Buddhist light burst out from his back. Long Fei's eyes widened in shock because a huge swastika rose from his back. The golden light was dazzling. Buddhist orthodoxy. The power was incredibly dense. On the back of Bick was a Buddhist seal. It was not a tattoo but an innate imprint. The seal of, also known as the Lord of Buddha's mark. The power of orthodoxy. Chapter 1913 Ancient Temples. Chapter 1913 Ancient Temples. Long Fei was dumbstruck. Bick himself was slightly shocked. Even he himself never imagined that there would be a swastika when his strength exploded into such a state. Never. Long Fei trembled slightly, then retreated quickly. Bick's expression also changed as he hurriedly retracted his strength. His entire person also continuously retreated backwards as he looked at Long Fei in shock and said, Just now? Just now? Long Fei looked at Bick's stupefied expression and said, Don't tell me you didn't know about it in the past? Bick used his hands to feel his back, but he couldn't do anything. He turned around and showed it to Long Fei, saying, Is there something on my back? There was a large swastika mark on his back. Long Fei nodded his head and said, "This should be the Lord of Buddha's mark, right?" The rumors outside that those who were born with Buddhist seals were all fake, and had their bodies tattooed on them. Otherwise, how could those Bliss Temple's people not find out? However, the imprint had just appeared on Bik's body. It could also be said that he had just awakened. This was the true orthodoxy of Buddhism, the mark of the Lord of Buddha. Bik was stunned and he muttered, "Lord of Buddha's mark? Seal of, why is it me?" Long Fei laughed. "Seems like you are that son of God." Bik shook his head and said, "It is impossible for me to be son of God, and I cannot become son of God either. I only want to become a martial Buddha, and do not wish to become a son of God at all." After hearing him talk about becoming a martial Buddha, Long Fei did not know what a martial Buddha was and could not help but ask, "What is a martial Buddha?" Bik looked at Long Fei and said, "They are the people who are protecting Son of God." Huh! Long Fei was startled. What does that mean? It would be better to become a son of God, and as long as the seal of on your back is revealed, there's no need to choose, you will be a son of God. How many son of goddess were there? If there were 3 son of goddess, then Long Fei only had 2 spots to compete for. If there was only 1 son of God, then the Bik in front of him would be Long Fei's strongest opponent. Bik shook his head. "I don't want to become son of God, and also seal of doesn't mean much, but the key thing is—" He looked at Long Fei and looked at him very seriously and said, "There are 2 types of people within the holy Buddhahood that can make the swastika awaken. One is by self-help, and the other is by the power of the Son of God. You." Bik looked at Long Fei seriously, and did not finish what he wanted to say. He shook his head and asked, "Son of God, how could he possibly be a chef?" "Definitely not. But it's not right to make a breakthrough." Bik was suddenly at a loss. He did not believe that Long Fei was a son of God. Similarly, he also knew that his own strength was unable to break through the shackles of the seal of, which meant that he did not awaken the seal of because he had made a breakthrough on his own. What was the reason? He was very conflicted. Long Fei was too lazy to think about it. It was him who had awakened the seal of anyway, not him. Of course, what Long Fei did not know was that, at the instant the fists collided, the power of the holy Buddha in his body surged. It was also because of this energy that caused the seal of in his body to awaken. Son of God descended. Each time the form was different. However, one form is the same. The 8 martial Buddhas will also follow the descent of the spirit realm from the Son of God. They could only awaken the power in their bodies with Son of God. However, the imprint on martial Buddha's body was different every single time. There had never been a seal of because this swastika represented the Lord of Buddha. If it was the martial Buddha, this was the highest seal's power. Don't think too much. I already hit you and even activated the power of the imprint. Can you take me to the Buddhist pagoda now? Long Fei didn't think too much about why the Bik would awaken its power. He didn't think of himself at all. Bik scratched his head. "I'm too lazy to think, I don't care what reason it is, I'm me anyway. Let's go. I will definitely do what I promised you. But we are not going to the Buddhist scripture pavilion, I will take you to another place." The Bik smiled mysteriously. The Buddhist scriptures from that place are the true Buddhist scriptures. Whoever can comprehend the scriptures inside is definitely not worse than those high monks from the Bliss Temple. Bik brought Long Fei into the sewer. With so many twists and turns, Long Fei did not complain. 2 hours later, Bik pointed to the ruins in front of them and said, "We're here. This is also my home." "That's not right. It should be the place where I was born." Bik laughed and walked into the ruins. Long Fei looked at the ruins in front of him in a daze. In front of him was a dilapidated temple. The temple looked extremely ancient, and furthermore, under the ground? This was something he did not understand. There was absolutely no Buddhism under the ground. Bick was pleased to see Long Fei's blank look and said, "How is it? Awesome, right? This temple was once an ancient ruin." Ancient ruins? Long Fei was in disbelief. The Bick said, "But the holy Buddhahood is in this temple." Long Fei looked at Bick. He didn't know much about the holy Buddhahood, but he had heard that the holy Buddhahood was born in a temple, of course. He absolutely did not believe that the temple in front of him was the place where the holy Buddhahood resided. The Bick pointed to a collapsed building in the middle of the ruins and said, "That is the scripture pavilion. There are many Buddhist scriptures inside, I can casually flip through them. He will definitely be able to attend the Buddhist examination tomorrow." And then, Bick then walked to the other side, silently watching. After pausing for a few seconds, he said, "I'll go get you something to eat." He disappeared into a sewer. Long Fei stood in the midst of the ruins and looked up at his surroundings. This place seemed to be the central point of the sewer system. The surroundings were all tunnels, the sewers turned into small waterfalls, and these ruins seemed to have thought of an island. If there was no bad smell, from a distance, it was more like a fairyland. Long Fei looked around at the buildings around him. There were still carvings on the buildings. All of them were carvings that Long Fei had never seen before. Not even in Bliss Temple. Ancient Temple? Long Fei walked to the scripture library mentioned by the Bick and looked at the dusty book. The covers of these books had already been corroded to the point that they couldn't be seen clearly. What scripture? I don't know. Long Fei flipped through the first book, and all of the words inside were in words that he did not understand, Tadao language. The second one, it was the same. This is called a scripture? This is called a gobbledygook, right? Long Fei's head was spinning so fast that his scalp was numb just by looking at those tadpole-like words. The thing he hated the most in his life was studying. He flipped through the pages one by one. He could not understand a single word. However, when Long Fei flipped to the last book, his expression tightened. Holy Buddha gobbledygook? Suddenly, the remnant soul of the Tai Tan King was awakened. The Sleeping Beauty opened her eyes. Chapter 1914 Unable to Cultivate. Chapter 1914 Unable to Cultivate Universal Large World had 10 gobbledygooks. Each one is different. The stars in the sky, the demon god of the human beast, the Tao, the Buddha. There were 3 stars. Tao and Buddha were rather special existences. Especially Buddha. If the Star Book S could be said to be the most mysterious, then the Holy Buddha S, who were ranked 10th, were the most special existences. It even lasted longer than the Star Book. Since his first master, he had never appeared again. Who would have thought? He actually appeared in the Holy Buddhahood, and in a trash heap at that? Long Fei looked at the 4 words Holy Buddha gobbledygook, and felt the remnant souls of the Tai Tan King and the Sleeping Beauty's sudden awakening. He could not help but ask, "Is this one of the 10 great gobbledygooks?" The Sleeping Beauty immediately said, "Open." Long Fei gently flipped through the pages. The words inside were the same as the others, they were all tadpoles like commas, and his mind was in a mess. He didn't understand. However, the Sleeping Beauty said affirmatively, "It is a Holy Buddha gobbledygook, a Buddha among the 10 great gobbledygook. Are you lucky?" Long Fei's eyes flashed with a light. He had randomly picked up a book of gobbledygook. His luck was good, but Long Fei had a relationship with cultivation. "Girl, how do we cultivate this?" He had only comprehended the beginning of the Star Book. He had merged with a Death Star. Because of time constraints, Long Fei did not have much time to cultivate his Star Book. However, the power of the planet bombing was very strong. It could be considered a type of supergroup injury cultivation technique. What kind of power would the Holy Buddha gobbledygook be hiding? The Sleeping Beauty shook her head. The primordial 10 great gobbledygook, every single one of them have their own special characteristics. Although the Holy Buddha gobbledygook is ranked 10th, It is still the most special existence, and only one master knows of its cultivation method. The Star Book can only cultivate after fusing with the stars, this holy Buddha gobbledygook. I don't know. Long Fei asked. Tai Tan King, what about you? Do you know? The Tai Tan King within the Devil Sword also shook his head. I have only heard of the existence of the holy Buddha's gobbledygook, and have never seen it before. There are very few legends about the holy Buddha's gobbledygook. I'm afraid no one in the entire universal large world knows how to cultivate the holy Buddha's gobbledygook. Holy **T. Long Fei was depressed. I got my hands on a powerful gobbledygook, but I don't know how to cultivate it. The Sleeping Beauty said, Master, the appearance of every gobbledygook is an opportunity. If you discover the holy Buddha's gobbledygook, then you will definitely find a way to cultivate it in the holy Buddhahood. Maybe. You need to become a son of God, or a Buddha to be able to comprehend this. Long Fei. He was somewhat speechless. He did not know a thing about Buddhism. If he could not even make it through the first round, how could he become a son of God? He still wanted to comprehend the holy Buddha's gobbledygook to face tomorrow's examination, but the gobbledygook was still a gobbledygook, an existence that he could not understand at all. As for becoming a son of God, that was why Long Fei wanted to obtain the Buddha root. Buddha? He. How could someone like him, whose hands were filled with blood, become a Buddha? Long Fei smiled bitterly and said, I will pay attention. The holy Buddha gobbledygook was taken back into the space ring. It was also at this time. Long Fei himself did not sense it. The three holy Buddhas in his body trembled for a moment, and then a beam of holy Buddha light directly fell into the midst of the holy Buddha's gobbledygook. A ray of light appeared on the gobbledygook, and it instantly quieted down. Nothing happened. Long Fei also did not discover anything. Not long later, Bick brought some food back to the ruins and said apologetically, The restaurants don't have much to eat, just a few steamed buns, don't mind it. The steamed bun felt cold and hard, so Long Fei didn't mind. He peeled off the skin on the outside and started to eat. Bick asked, Head chef, what do you think? Long Fei's eyes stared straight at Bick. Bick scratched his bald head and laughed. I thought you were really son of God, but it turns out you can't understand it just like me. I heard that teleporting son of God can understand any Buddhist scripture, so you really aren't son of God. Are you kidding me? Long Fei cursed angrily. Actually, he had struck gold and found a book on gobbledygook. This was a Buddha root, a super treasure that even Son of God could not compare to by tens of thousands of times, even though he did not know how to cultivate it yet. He estimated that, once he completely comprehended the holy Buddha's gobbledygook, he would be the Buddhist disciple that ruled over the entire world. He would be Tathagata, the Lord of Buddha. However, Long Fei did not say this, so no one could say it. Bick chuckled and said, Don't be discouraged, aren't you worried about tomorrow's Buddhist examinations? Don't worry, just hold on to me. He looked extremely confident. Long Fei asked, What method do you have? The Bick said, The mountain man has his own brilliant plan, just you wait. Heh. He didn't know anything about Buddhism. From the first day he was abandoned here, he swore to himself that nothing would be important to him since he started cultivating. He wanted to cultivate and become a martial Buddha. That was his goal. After eating his fill, Long Fei searched through the ruins again, but didn't find anything that could be devoured by the profound secret blasting fist. Bick on the other side, however, had fallen into a deep sleep. It seemed. He really wasn't worried about the Buddhist cultivation exam tomorrow at all. The next morning, the plaza of the Buddha city's extreme temple was packed with people. Hundreds of thousands of people were participating in the examination. All sorts of things. There were all sorts of things. Long Fei squeezed into the crowd, his eyebrows knitted. He did not have the slightest confidence in the Buddhist examinations. The Buddhist cultivation assessment was the first stage. It was also the most basic hurdle. Furthermore, to the people of holy Buddhahood, the Buddhist cultivation assessment was the simplest stage. However, to Long Fei, who was a Buddhist cultivator who knew nothing at all, it was too difficult. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. "Thief, you're courting death. You dare to steal from me? Beat him up! Beat him up! Beat him to death!" Bang bang! A thief was surrounded by 5 strong men and was being beaten on the ground. A group of people were surrounding the thief. Long Fei looked over and realized that the person pressed down on the ground was none other than the great demon king of Bic. Immediately, Long Fei released his strength, instantly forcing everyone around him to retreat, and quickly rushed towards that group of people. When he got closer, the Bic kept winking at him, telling him not to attack. The young master fiercely kicked Bic in the chest and shouted, "Kid, why didn't you ask who I am? How dare you steal my things? I'll bore you." Bic looked to be in a sorry state, covered in mud, but there were no injuries on his body at all. Those people's punches and kicks were as if they were scratching an itch. Bic grabbed onto that person's hand and said, I don't dare, I don't dare, I don't dare anymore." Humph! With a fierce smash, Bic was thrown into a trash heap not far away. He laughed complacently. "Today, this old man will be happy and I'll spare your life." Long Fei immediately followed, looking at the blood at the corner of Bic's mouth. He asked excitedly, "What are you doing?" The Bic held a piece of paper in his hand and said, "The answer to the Buddhist test." Chapter 1915, The Awakening of the Second Seal of. Chapter 1915, The Awakening of the Second Seal of, The Answer to the Examination. Standard answer. Bic's face was full of excitement as he said, "I said that I have a way, so I definitely have a way. How about it?" Long Fei started to understand why the Bic did not let him do anything just now. He was even wondering, with Bic's power, how could it not be easy to deal with those evil slaves? Looking at the answer in the Bic's hands, he could not help but ask, "How do you know that he has the answer?" The Bic said in a low voice, "He is the illegitimate son of the great clan elder of the Buddhist temple. The Buddhist examinations are all given by the Buddhist temple, but if he does not have an answer, who would have an answer? The entire holy Buddhahood wanted to become the Son of God. Even if he couldn't, he hoped that his family members would become the Son of God. Bic was very clear about this in his heart. Long Fei gave him a thumbs up and said, "You have a plan." The Bic smiled slightly and said, "The Buddhist examinations are easy." Not long after, the Buddhist cultivation examination began. The huge square was filled with people. Just as the Bic had said, the questions were really set by the Buddhist temple, and their answers were all standard. At this point, Long Fei no longer had to worry. However, he never thought that he could cheat in the Son of God selection. Furthermore, he observed that many people around him were cheating. The Buddhist examination was over. Bic walked over to Long Fei's side and said, "Big Chef, how are you going to thank me today?" At this moment, a group of people rushed out from the crowd and said, "It's him. Catch him and beat him to death." A group of evil slaves rushed out. The one leading them was the rich young master whose answer had been stolen. "You dog, you stole my answer. Do you think you can hurt me like this? Don't you know who I am?" The rich youth's eyes turned sinister as he became angry. "Beat him to death." The Bic smiled slightly and said, "The reason I let you hit me earlier was because I didn't want to fight. Now that the assessment has ended, you think you can move me even a little?" Without waiting for the group of evil slaves to rush over, Bic took the lead and rushed out. Bang bang bang. After easily beating a few evil slaves to the ground, Bic looked at the rich young master and said, "You want to beat me to death? Come on, come on, come on and beat me to death." The rich youth's face turned white as he stepped back. You, what do you want?" Bic said. "Didn't you want to beat me to death? Now you ask me what I want? Then I'll say, I want to beat you to death. Not waiting for him to finish, the rich young master immediately knelt on the ground and said, Please spare my life, I won't dare to do it again. The Bick felt disdain and said, You think people without backbone would be able to enter the Son of God's selection? You think you're worthy? Bick despised this kind of people. He didn't have the slightest ability to rely on the domineering influence of his family. However, the instant Bick relaxed, the young master suddenly took action. His attack was a direct attack at the yellow dragon, instantly grabbing Bick's throat. A sudden explosion. The power was extremely ferocious. Voila! The surrounding crowd was surprised and surprised. Crap! That kid is going to die. It's too fast. This is too sinister. Bick also did not expect that everything would happen so fast, but, no matter how fast the young and rich were, in Long Fei's eyes, they were as slow as ants. In that instant, Long Fei's figure moved, blocking in front of Bick. At this moment, the holy Buddha light that he had received from his body quietly stirred, but Long Fei did not sense it as his fist punched out. Buzz! The fist and the fist collided. Long Fei's arm trembled slightly. Your strength is not small. The young master retreated, his eyes staring straight at Long Fei. He said coldly, Humph, you have helpers? Then get down together. Bick's back was covered in cold sweat. As soon as he finished, the Bick reacted quickly this time, striking ahead of Long Fei. Bang! In that instant, the two fists collided and both retreated a few steps. Bick was in a bad mood. A playboy like him had the power to be tyrannical in his family. He hated people like this the most. With a wave of his fists, the seal of on his back started to shine. Again, his footsteps became heavy. Buzz! The rich young master did not show any weakness and said, Do you think I'm really afraid of you? Boom! The wide young master's footsteps also shook as he heavily charged forward, using all his strength to meet the blow. Rumble! Rumble! The two fists collided, and at this moment, the clothes on the upper half of the young and wide man's body suddenly ripped apart with a chi-la sound. On his back, a Buddhist light shot into the sky, and a huge seal of appeared. Buzz! The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Lord of Buddha Mark! In almost an instant all of them kneeled down. The Bick's expression turned sinister as he looked at the rich young master's body that was covered in Buddhist light and scars all over his body. His forehead trembled. Another seal of has awakened. The rich young master had a stupefied expression. Looking at his fist, he could feel the power within his body. His entire body froze on the spot. Lord of Buddha's mark? Seal of. I. He looked at Bick, and similarly, he felt the same kind of power from Bick's body. This feeling was also the same in Bick. They were both seal of. It was also the Lord of Buddha's mark. They were like brothers, able to sense each other. You awakened as well. The wealthy young master looked at the Bick. Bick did not deny it, but his gaze was looking at Long Fei. Just now, Long Fei had saved him with a single move. Could it be that with another move, Long Fei had awakened the seal of in the rich young master's body? Only Son of God could do it. Was it really the Son of God? But why couldn't he understand those Buddhist scriptures? Why does Dover know nothing? Bick's heart was very complicated. Who is fighting here? Capture all of them. Dozens of enforcement monks rushed out and were shocked when they saw the swastika on the back of the rich young master. The rich young master immediately said, We were just sparring just now, we weren't. Not waiting for him to finish, the law enforcement monk shouted, If you are going to use force, then use force. Capture all of them immediately. At the same time, he looked at Long Fei and said, And you, arrest them together. The rich young master took a step forward and said, Don't be rash, don't be rash. Bick lowered his voice and said, Big chef, don't be rash. These are all monks' words. If we offend them, we will disqualify them for the Son of God's selection. Long Fei smiled faintly. Another martial Buddha awakened. Bliss Temple. Can you feel it? Seal of martial Buddha has awakened. It's already the second one. Only the Son of God can awaken the power in their bodies. The Son of God is definitely in the Western Buddha city. The first thing Bliss Temple felt was the awakening of the two seal of. Similarly, Evil Spirit Tribe also felt it. Chapter 1916 Genuine Evil Spirit Tribe. Chapter 1916 Genuine Evil Spirit Tribe. Bliss Temple could feel any unusual undulations of Buddhist light. They had sensed it ever since the awakening of the first seal of on Bick. This was the second seal of awakening. It was because the Bick was the Son of God, but when the second seal of awakened, they immediately thought that the person who possessed the seal of was not the Son of God, but the martial Buddha who protected the Son of God. Martial Buddha had the strongest fighting strength. I can't let go of the people I've been in contact with these few days. You must investigate thoroughly for me. It is very likely that the Son of God is among them. There is a person called Chief Wang. He has been by the side of the first seal of. Could he be the Son of God? Chief Wang. Is there such a person? How could Son of God be a chef? Even if Son of God is useless, he would not be a big chef. Understood. Long brows frowned. The appearance of the seal of caused him to shiver slightly. This was completely outside of his expectations, and there were no signs. More importantly, no one could control him. There were still 6 people left. As long as they paid close attention to the similarities between the 6, they would definitely be able to find the Son of God. Martial Buddha awakened. Only then would the Son of God appear. Now, it was still the same as before. Anyone could possibly be the Son of God. Supervising Temple. The 3 of them were locked up together. No one had cared about them since they were imprisoned. The Bick could not sit still and said, "Isn't your father an elder of the Buddhist temple? Can't you just let him come out?" The rich young master smiled bitterly. He came out? He would never come forward for me. Compared to leaving the supervisor temple, he was more curious about the 10,000-word mark. He asked, "How did your seal of awaken, is it? Awakening the seal of would allow you to become a martial Buddha?" Bick rolled his eyes at him and said, "How would I know? However." The Bick looked at Long Fei and then said, "Before we become the martial Buddha, we must find the Son of God and protect him. Only when the Son of God becomes Buddha will we have the chance to become the martial Buddha." Son of God? Who is the Son of God? Right, isn't the power in the martial Buddha's body all awakened by the Son of God? My power was awakened by you, so are you the Son of God? That's not right. Your body is the same as mine in terms of strength. You should also have a seal of on your back. The rich young master analyzed. Who exactly is the Son of God? Bick was agitated. How would I know? He only had doubts in his heart. However, is Long Fei a Son of God? He couldn't be sure, and even if he could, he wouldn't say it out loud, because martial Buddha's duty was to protect Son of God, to protect him with his life. The rich youth murmured in his heart, "If it is not him, then who is it? Could it be that Son of God is among the crowd?" Half a moment later, he looked at Long Fei and asked, "Brother, what's your name? Why isn't there even the slightest hint of Buddhist energy on your body?" Every Buddha cultivator, no matter if they were the martial arts training or the Buddhist cultivators, no matter how weak they were, would feel traces of the Buddhist aura on their body. Bick immediately said, "He is called Chief Wang, he is just a chef. What kind of Buddhist aura could he possibly have?" Imperceptibly. He was already protecting Long Fei. Long Fei laughed. The rich young master nodded and said, "Oh, but your move was very powerful. It's not like you're some chef, right?" Bick was very direct. He took Long Fei's identity plate and showed it to him, then said, "If you aren't a chef, would your name be Chief Wang? Tomorrow is the martial arts training assessment. Could it be that we are going to lock this place up and do nothing?" Success in changing the topic. The rich youth frowned and murmured, "The supervising temple is very strict. Normally, there are almost no people who want to leave alive." Bick was stunned. "Damn, we should have resisted it back then." Resist the monk, that's the same as going against the Buddha city. You know just how serious the consequences are. Long Fei closed his eyes. He was not worried at all. He had passed all 18 levels of hell, but this was just a prison. However, he wanted to see why these people had arrested them. As for the swastika on the rich young master's body, he didn't know why, because he didn't notice that the Buddhist light in his body surged for a moment. It was really because of this Buddhist light that the seal of in the rich young master's body was activated. The rich young master sat on the ground and said excitedly, "Teleporting seal of is the best imprint of the martial Buddha, a total of 8 people. In my previous life, 8 people were 8 brothers." Bick rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who was your brother in the previous life?" The rich young master was also uninterested. "Tell me, where are the other 6 brothers? Have you awakened?" Bick said, "So what if I have awakened? So what if he didn't awaken? You're still thinking of them coming to save you." The magnanimous young master said, "If everything is awakened, then the next step would be the awakening of the Son of God. At that time, wouldn't the 8 of us martial Buddha-s and the Son of God-s run rampant through the holy Buddhahood? That scene! Ha ha ha! So excited!" Bick rolled his eyes at the young master. His eyes also filled with anticipation. 8 martial Buddhas, a Son of God. It could be said that this was the strongest power of the holy Buddhahood. However, who is the Son of God? Bick looked at Long Fei, who had closed his eyes, and thought, "Is it him?" They continued talking. The 2 of them slowly fell asleep, a smile hanging on their lips. That kind of smile was filled with excitement. Late at night, suddenly, Long Fei slightly opened his eyes, and in the darkness, it was as if a streak of black lightning had flashed across his eyes. Standing in front of his cell was a man. He was standing in a black cloak with eyes as deep as black gems. Long Fei could immediately tell that it was a woman, because his chest was very big. The eyes were looking back at him. Their eyes met. In that instant, Long Fei felt a strong chill, and his right arm suddenly moved, as if a demon had suddenly awoken. Long Fei's mind slightly sank as he softly said, "Evil spirit." The lady's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness, and said coldly, "Everyone says that Son of God is born with the ability to sense evil. Seems like you are the legendary Son of God." As soon as he finished, the cold suddenly rose. The sound of frozen ice could be heard throughout the dungeon. His blood vessels seemed to be frozen solid. The woman did not move. Long Fei did not move. Because Long Fei wasn't confident, and he wasn't sure if he could even use the blasting fist. The woman in front of him was the real evil spirit. After a long time, the woman's ice-cold gaze slightly contracted, and she said, "I won't kill you now, because you have yet to awaken the other martial Buddha, so I will kill them one by one during the test of the martial arts training." Chapter 1917 Seal of People. Chapter 1917 Seal of People. He came mysteriously and left quietly. It was like a deity disappearing without a trace. He disappeared with the dense aura of an evil spirit. Long Fei was a little puzzled, looking at his own devil's hand. I discovered that he became a son of God so easily? The reason why it could sense the different evil spirit chi on the woman's body was because the devil's hand's power was surging. However, Long Fei never thought that the woman would see him as a son of God. If only I was really son of God. That's not right. I must become a son of God. Master Tian Shu is still waiting for me to save her. Long Fei's eyes became firm and he asked, I wonder how Master Tian Shu is doing. If he fell from the sky, would he be dead or alive? Long Fei was very worried in his heart. Not long after, the Bic woke up, looked at Long Fei and asked, Head chef, what happened? Long Fei recovered his expression and shook his head, saying, Nothing. You must be careful during tomorrow's martial arts training assessment. Long Fei reminded her. Bic laughed. Don't worry, I have never been afraid of anyone during the martial arts training assessment. I will definitely not lose. He thought to himself, my goal is to become a man of the martial Buddha. Early morning. The supervising temple's monk suddenly came, without saying a word. He immediately let the three of them out. At the entrance of the supervising temple. Bastard, I've lost all my face for you. Pa! Pa! Before Long Fei could react, an old man pulled out a vine from his hands and slapped it onto the young master's chest. His clothes were ripped apart and his flesh was lacerated. Just looking at it made him feel a burning pain. The rich young master lowered his head, not daring to speak. The elder's eyes were filled with rage as he said, You're just like that lowly mother of yours, useless trash. A trace of anger flashed through the young master's eyes. The old man's eyes grew vicious as he whipped the young lord again, not caring about the young lord's life or death. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have let you come to this world. Long Fei found it a little hard to listen any longer. He took a step forward and said faintly, Why didn't your father shoot you into the wall then? The old man stared at Long Fei coldly, without saying a word. He lashed out with his whip towards Long Fei, and bellowed, Who are you, to have the qualifications to speak to me? Without waiting for the whip to fall, Bic's body moved slightly. The rich young master's body also moved. They couldn't help but to automatically protect Long Fei. Long Fei, on the other hand, was a step ahead of them. He grabbed onto the whip and whipped it hard, immediately snatching it away. However, Long Fei glanced at the rich young master, and in the end, endured it. You dare to snatch my whip? You dog, I think you're tired of living. Men, arrest them again. The old man's eyes blazed with anger. Long Fei felt a chill between his brows, and the killing intent in his aura burst out, as he said solemnly, Whoever freaking moved this daddy wants their life. He didn't care. He was already very unhappy. If he displeased Long Fei again, he would have to die. The few people behind the old man did not dare to move. Bic shouted coldly, We are people that have been awakened by the seal of, to dare lay a hand on us is to be disrespectful to Son of God. You, a mere Buddhist temple elder, what are you? You dare to hit the future martial Buddha. Do you believe that I can get thousands of believers to remove your head? The Bic said fiercely. The old man's eyes widened. Seal of? Humph humph. You think I will believe you? Who would believe it? How can a lowly bastard like him be qualified to become a martial Buddha? Go and take a look on the main street, who doesn't have swastika on their back. How could a lowly person become a noble martial Buddha? Absolutely impossible. He was very clear that a rich young master would not be able to become a martial Buddha. It was simply impossible to become a martial Buddha. Bic was startled. What do you mean? The old man laughed coldly. What I mean is, the so-called seal ofs you guys are talking about are just tattoos, just a little bit of Buddhist energy from your body activating the golden light, creating the illusion of a seal of awakening. Do you think anyone would believe you? Ha ha. This trick of yours is completely decimated by others. Go take a look on the street, who doesn't have seal of on their back? Humph. Seal of, it's the mark of the Lord of Buddha. I want to become the martial Buddha. You, a lowly person, have dreamed your entire life. The elder stared coldly at the young master and said, Don't embarrass me again. Otherwise, I will make you disappear just like your mother disappeared. Sinister and sinister. He clenched his hands into fists and his joints cracked. If it was according to Long Fei's personality, the old man would have already lost his head. However, after all, this was a family matter for the rich and young. It wasn't good for others to interfere. The old man walked away. Bick looked at the rich young master with a puzzled expression and asked, "Is he really your father? How could you have such a father? Aren't you a popinjay?" Why? He couldn't understand. Yesterday, he had brought along a popinjay that was tyrannically overbearing like an evil slave. Today was the day it turned into such a miserable state. The youth's fist loosened. In his eyes, I have always been a lowly bastard. If it wasn't for that bit of blood relation, I would have died a long time ago. Long Fei said slightly. Humans are not noble or lowly. The so-called noble or lowly is only something that the world imposes on oneself. Since he has treated you as a lowly person, then use your noble body and give him a ruthless slap. The rich and wealthy young master looked at Long Fei and asked, "A noble body?" Long Fei said, "Become a martial Buddha." The rich young master said, "But am I really the person Lord of Buddha has chosen?" He didn't even believe himself, even though he himself clearly knew that he had awakened a seal of, but he can become a martial Buddha? Bick said, "Other people's seal of are tattoos, and ours are truly the truth. Just by this alone, we have to prove it to others." Long Fei said indifferently, "Let's go, the martial arts training examination is about to begin." The three of them walked out of the supervisor temple onto the street. He discovered, just as the rich and young father had said, the streets were filled with half-naked people with a large swastika on their backs. Some were tattooed. Some people were even more straightforward, using brushes to draw on the paper, sweating a little, and having a back full of ink. That scene. Long Fei was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Damn, a bunch of retards? Everyone dreamed of becoming a son of God. Even if one could not become a son of God, being able to become a martial Buddha was a supreme honor. The monk went crazy as well. Suddenly, the Bick pointed in the distance and said, "Look! White cloth saint." Long Fei and the rich youth looked over at the same time, and it was also at this time that the center of Long Fei's brows tightened. Is she the evil spirit that appeared last night? Chapter 1918 You've been exposed. Chapter 1918 You've been exposed. Long Fei did not change his expression. The lady in white smiled at Long Fei. The two of them seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. The martial arts training assessment had also begun. In the central plaza of Buddha City, 1,000 monks walked out with Vajra rod in hand. The martial arts training test was not about challenging each other, but about wanting the monk to issue a challenge. It is indeed different. Bick hugged his fists as he became excited. "Big Chef, the monk who held us tightly in the prison was also there. Don't let me match him, otherwise, he would definitely beat the crap out of him." Long Fei asked. "I only wanted the monk to issue a challenge, then what about the people who passed the examination?" The rich young master looked into the sky and said, "Today's assessment will allow 100 people to enter the Bliss Temple. Bliss Temple is the best examination venue. Meet Lord of Buddha." The Bick said, "Even though we say that we are meeting the Lord of Buddha, it is actually just being baptized by the Holy Buddha. Let's see who will be able to last until the end. Who exactly will become the Son of God is not something that can be decided by anyone." Long Fei slightly nodded and said, "Seems like it really is quite a fancy job. Son of God. Buddha root. I've got it." Long Fei could not help but clench his fists. At this time, the rich and young father, the great clan elder of the Buddha temple, stepped onto the stage and said, "The martial arts training assessment will now begin. Only 100 people have the qualifications to enter the Bliss Temple. I hope you guys will show me 120,000 points of strength to prove yourselves. Don't be like some people who would discredit their families by putting on a fake act." The squat's eyes darkened. Long Fei lightly patted his shoulder and said, "Prove it to him, prove yourself, and it'll be equivalent to slapping his face." The rich young master nodded heavily. "Ah!" The 1,000 monks heavily shouted, showing their extraordinary might. The Bick rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Everyone says that the monk is the strongest fighting force in the Buddha city. They all possess extremely strong Buddhist holy energy. I must flatten them today." While they were talking, the 1,000 examinees whose names were called walked forward. Among them were people with seal of tattoos on their backs. "Fight! Begin!" Bang, bang, bang! A series of explosions sounded out. Before anyone could react, all 1,000 challengers were sent flying. Not a single one of them succeeded in their challenge. All failures. Next batch. Long Fei's eyes trembled slightly. Damn, so fast. The strength of these monks are very strong. Their bodies have all been baptized in Buddhist light, and it's hard to harm them even a little with their diamond bones. Half a minute later. Boom, boom, boom. Another large number of examinees were sent flying. Every single person was able to execute 10 moves. The monk was unparalleled in power. Too strong. These monks are too strong. Who would be able to pass the examination? Not at all. What kind of Son of God selection is this? Maybe the Son of God has already been eliminated from the competition. I am the seal of awakened, you can't treat me like this. I am the future martial Buddha, I am the future martial Buddha. I am still a Son of God. Various discussions sounded in the crowd. The 2 consecutive batches of challengers had all failed, and the monk was completely unscathed. The difference in power was simply too great. Monk was an elite guard amongst the Buddha city, and was also the person with the strongest fighting strength. In the entire Buddha city, they were the only ones who relied on them to fight against evil spirits, so their cultivation strength was naturally not simple. The next batch of names I have. Bick laughed excitedly. Let's see how I'll cripple them. Next batch. Bick walked up excitedly. See how I'll take care of them. Bick strode forward. He directly walked in front of the monk that caught him yesterday and said, "Yesterday you were monk, so I didn't dare to touch you. Today you are my assessment subject, so I will smash you to the ground." The monk was expressionless. Bick said, "Ignore them as much as you want. Begin the challenge." Boom! Bick moved his body, his muscles swelling up. The clothes on his upper body immediately burst apart, the muscles piece by piece, their lines distinct and full of explosive power. However, the seal of on his back did not appear. It was not because he had disappeared. Rather, it was because the real seal of would not reveal a large swastika on its back like the one in question did, and would instead hide in its body. The monk's eyes moved, the diamond staff in his hand struck down. Rod shadows filled the sky. This technique was incredibly powerful. Bick took a step forward, and stood still as a boulder. Come! Boom! In that moment, the Buddhist light on the Bick flashed, and the seal of suddenly appeared behind him. Buzz! His fists were like heavy cannons as they were blasted away while resisting the pull. Bang, bang, bang! The monk's chest caved in as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bick did not let go. He quickly advanced forward, and every step he took, he exploded. I said that I will smash you to the ground, and I will definitely smash you to the ground. Boom! 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 Was unable to endure the continuous barrage of attacks, and was forced to lie flat on the ground. Bick disdainfully said, "Awesome, right? Monk is amazing. I will become the martial Buddha." Monk's eyes darkened as he stared at Bick. However, Bick ignored him at this moment. Challenge ended. Amongst the 1,000 people, only Bick won. Everyone looked at Bick. Bick swept his gaze across the entire audience, dragging it as if it was 250 years old, and shouted, "Do you know what seal of are? You imposters!" TCH. A brisk stroke. Bick returned to Long Fei's side and laughed. Big chef, how is it? Isn't he handsome enough? The rich young master said, You are too ostentatious. To become the first target of evil spirit tribes' attacks like this, you have already been completely exposed. Long Fei looked at Bick and said, You're handsome, right? Bick was speechless. Next batch. Another sound rang out. The rich young master said excitedly, It's my turn. Bick looked at the rich young master with disdain as he said, Let's see how you can hide yourself now. At this moment, from a new monk, he should be the head monk of the monk hall, and also the strongest monk. Not waiting for the rich and young to choose, the monk stood in front of the rich young master and said, Your opponent is me. The rich young master looked at his father and thought to himself, Mother, I will prove myself to you. I will want everyone to prove myself to me. Begin the challenge. As soon as he finished, suddenly, with a flash of white, a monk was pushed back several hundred meters. The white-clothed female instantly defeated monk. Everyone was dumbfounded. This martial skill was so strong that it could instantly kill someone. Long Fei's eyes flashed, so powerful. It was also at this time. The rich and young people were being forced back again and again. He was about to be relegated, and in the end, the rich youngster's eyes widened. With a roar, the seal of behind him also released a ray of light. With a move of his fists, he directly smashed the diamond staff apart with a single punch. Victory! Chapter 1919 Yeksha, Wind Acupoints. Chapter 1919 Yeksha, Wind Acupoints. The magnificence of the white-cloth saint. The sudden outburst of a rich and young master. The entire audience was stunned. So powerful! These two are too strong. That white-cloth saint has lotus imprints on his hands and feet. Could he be that son of God? How could that hedonistic and evil young master be the person selected by the Lord of Buddha? The rich young master glanced at his father coldly, then turned around and left. His father's expression darkened. He had seen with his own eyes the light of the seal of on the back of the broad young master. It was definitely not an ordinary Buddhist light, absolutely not. Could it be? He was really the person that Lord of Buddha had chosen. At this moment, his heart ached. His face was burning as if someone had slapped him. Zhang Xian's face darkened. The rich young master walked back to Long Fei's side and said, Thank you. The Bick laughed and said, Brat, you've been exposed as well. If you say I've been exposed, then you've also been exposed. Long Fei laughed. Bick said, Head chef, you are next. How are you going to do that? Long Fei looked at the white-cloth saint in the distance. Coincidentally, the white-cloth saint was also looking at Long Fei. Their eyes met. A kitchen knife chops the wires. Killing intent. Next batch. As soon as he finished, a few more monks were replaced. Long Fei walked forward. Without waiting for Long Fei to find the challenger, a monk stood in front of Long Fei and his eyes darkened. Long Fei's devil's hand began to move. Long Fei was slightly shocked. Evil spirit? The monk smiled slightly and said, What little master said is right, you can indeed feel the existence of evil spirits. It seems that you really are a teleporting son of God. Since that's the case, monk smiled and said, then he should be dead. Without waiting for the host to start talking, the monk attacked first. Evil spirit, devilish flames. However, those low-level evil spirits, including the Jiekong's kind of bosses, were all low-level evil spirit. The real evil spirit tribe's people would not release their devil flames. They were just like a normal spirit race. Even if you were in the crowd, you wouldn't notice. The monk in front of him was a real evil spirit. He suddenly made his move. However, without any hesitation, Long Fei turned his face to look at the white-cloth saint in the distance and smiled faintly. The idea moved. Yin-yang limitless blasting fist. Boom! His fist sank. Crimson red. Both of his fists locked onto the charging war god as he punched out. The power of yin and yang was invisible and intangible. Move. Buzz. Exploding forth. Rumble. Monk's body split open in mid-air and a stream of devil fire was suddenly released from his body, enveloping the entire plaza. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were overwhelmed with shock. Evil spirit. It's an evil spirit. How did an evil spirit become a monk? He's a true evil spirit tribe. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for defeating High Evil Spirit for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 holy power value points, and 1 metamorphic energy value point. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Evil Spirit Seal. Do you wish to cultivate it? Huh. Evil Spirit Seal? Long Fei hesitated for a moment, then said with the idea controlling his metamorphic energy value, inject the metamorphic energy value. A perverted energy poured into the Evil Spirit Seal. At this point, his cultivation technique was undergoing a rapid metamorphosis. In just 3 seconds the system beeped. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the Wind Acupuncture Point and releasing his training? Wind Acupuncture Point? In that instant, Long Fei immediately thought of an island anime, Yekshao, the Wind Acupuncture Point of the Mi Lu Mage? Damn! Is it really that amazing? The dog Yekshao was also an anime that Long Fei liked on Earth. Its wind tunnel was used by Mel Mage to absorb all kinds of monsters and demons. It was like a black hole. Instantly, Long Fei moved and said, "Cultivate." Buzz! The devil's hand moved suddenly, a black hole appearing in its right palm that looked like it was spinning, suddenly spinning and absorbing all the evil spirit demon flames that were exploding in the air. Long Fei didn't feel anything, however, but his devil's hand began to tremble. He was trembling in excitement. It was as though he had been injected with chicken blood. When the wind acupoint absorbed the evil spirit chi, the devil's hand transformed the evil spirit demon flame into devil's power, and the combination of the two was flawless. However, Long Fei was a little worried. Even if he completely recovered his strength right now, he would still not be able to control the entire strength of the devil's hand. When its power becomes unparalleled, can it be controlled? How strong was the Fiend King in the dome? Long Fei did not forget. If he allowed the devil's hand to grow stronger, would it be like what the Tian Shu master said? Would he be possessed? When the Grim Reaper tried to seize his body, he didn't succeed. The Infernal King wants to possess? He said to possess her just like that? Long Fei clenched both his fists and said, "I still want to snatch his life." Long Fei regained his composure. The surrounding people all looked at Long Fei. Amongst the crowd, the white cloth saint had already disappeared. The Bic rushed forward and said, "Head chef, what power did you have just now? You directly killed an evil spirit. Wow. Are you a cook or not?" The rich young master said, "That's not important anymore. Look at the looks people around you have when they look at you, they all become incomparably respectful. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, big chef. You've also been exposed. You killed someone from Evil Spirit Tribe. Evil Spirit Tribe will never let you go, ha ha ha." Bic did not mind the fuss and laughed loudly. Long Fei smiled and thought, Evil Spirit Tribe? The more I get, the better it is. I'm just worried that I won't have enough EXP to level up. And right now, I am training in the Wind Acupuncture Point. If I combine the power of the Devil's Hand, 10,000 evil spirits won't be a problem. Long Fei was filled with confidence. The Wind Acupoints were able to absorb tons and tons of monsters and ghosts. You failed. In a corner, a black-cloaked man coldly said. On the other side of the wall, the woman in white's face was gloomy and cold. There was a trace of fear in her eyes as she said, "This is just a test. I didn't do anything. Where did the failure come from?" "Humph. You better not fail, or else." You will never be able to return to the spirit race, and you will never see him again." With that, the cloaked man disappeared. Cold sweat trickled down Whitecloth Saint's forehead as his eyes turned heavy. In that instant, he also disappeared on the spot. Too savage. The evil spirit tribe is actually mingling with the monk, we don't even know about it. Luckily that brat was not the Son of God. If he was the Son of God and was killed by the evil spirit, then the elders of the Bliss Temple were all furious. However, they would only be angry, but they would not do anything. Long Brow slightly frowned. When the Son of God comes, he will definitely go through all kinds of tribulations. Even if the evil spirit and holy maiden personally appear, he won't die, otherwise, he wouldn't be Son of God. Pay close attention to that person called Chief Wang. I keep having the feeling that he's not simple. Chapter 1920 Going to Bliss Temple. Chapter 1920 Going to Bliss Temple. After the evil spirit storm, the exam continued. Amongst the numerous examinees, it took a full day for only 100 of them to pass. 100,000 examinees. 100 people leveled up. 1 in 1,000. Head chef, today you can be considered to be in the limelight. Tomorrow you will be able to enter the Bliss Temple. That is the Buddhist temple after all. Bick was excited. How many people dream of that place? Bick looked at the rich young master and then said, "Even the rich young master's father is not qualified to enter." Long Fei smiled faintly. He had been to the Bliss Temple before, so he did not mind at all. His goal was the Son of God. It's the Buddha route. As for the rest, he didn't think too much about it. Moreover, when Long Browed and those monks saw him leaving, it was like he had slapped them in the face when they heard him. Long Fei liked the feeling of him slapping them in the face. Long Fei said, "Bliss Temple is also extremely dangerous, just be careful." Bick asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that there are people from the Bliss Temple? This is the sacred hall. Do the evil spirit tribe people dare to behave atrociously here? Temple? Don't dare to act wildly?" There was nothing to fear. Although Long Fei had been taking the examination this whole time, he had still been paying attention to the movements of the evil spirit tribe. Why were they so calm during this period of time? They were clearly aware that Bliss Temple was choosing his Son of God, but they still remained indifferent? It was simply impossible. The only possibility was that there were people among the exam candidates who were confident enough to pass the first 2 rounds and enter the 3rd round. Which is, entering the Bliss Temple. Even, they wanted to become the Son of God. This way, the entire Bliss Temple wouldn't need to be blown away. This was a brilliant move. It was just that he did not know if the people from Bliss Temple realized this. Today's evil spirit martial Buddha was a type of reminder. How many of the examinees who were ranked in the 100 were evil spirits? The Whitecloth Saint would definitely not enter by themselves. There will definitely be a bloody massacre in tomorrow's Bliss Temple assessment. However, Long Fei was also looking forward to this massacre because, if that happened, he would be able to gain a lot of experience. No matter who, none of them were able to stop him from obtaining the Buddha root. The same goes for Whitecloth Saint. Long Fei let out a light breath and said, "In short, listen to everything I say about tomorrow's assessment, and you must be careful in doing so." Bick looked at Long Fei and said, "Do you know something? Ever since you killed the evil spirit monk, you have felt different." Long Fei said in a low voice, "Tomorrow? Perhaps there will be a fierce battle." Evil Spirit Tribe. "Lord, everything is ready. We are waiting for your signal tomorrow." An evil spirit Buddha said. The woman nodded slightly and said, "All right. Tomorrow, we will take down the Bliss Temple in one fell swoop and have the holy Buddhahood serve us forever." Yes, sir. Everything was ready. Now all she had to do was wait for tomorrow's sunrise. At this time, an evil spirit Buddha walked in and said, "Reporting to my lord, that brat Long Fei has been found." The lady's eyes shook and said, Long Fei? The evil spirit Buddha said, Sir, you may not know this, but he also participated in the Son of God selection and passed. You did not find out that it was because his name was not Long Fei, but what kind of Chief Wang he is. Poochie. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The dignified young master of the Mu clan is actually called Chief Wang, ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Several evil spirits laughed. The woman's eyes turned cold. The laughter was immediately frozen, and not a single sound could be heard from the hall. He is Long Fei. Long Fei's appearance appeared in her mind and she said coldly, I should have known this a long time ago. How could the person who made us wait 1,000 years be a piece of trash? Heh heh. All right then. Since you are both a Long Fei and a son of God, then you should die even more. But the woman felt that this was somewhat unbelievable. Son of God should be a member of the Holy Buddhahood and had his heart set on Buddha, but Long Fei was an outsider with hands covered in blood. How could he be a member of the Son of God? This was too incredible. However, then, thinking about Long Fei's mother's identity, her brows relaxed slightly. If it's the power behind Mu clan, then forget about Son of God, I'm afraid. Son of God, Xie, it's possible for you to have the identity of a magic captain's. Mu clan. Ancient family of the boundless universe. Cooperating with the ancient Long family. It's hard to imagine. However, the two ancient families betting all on one person, isn't this a little too much? Let me end this tomorrow. I can also return to the spirit race as soon as possible. The woman's heart was boiling. Because Long Fei was going to die. It was also because her mission was about to end. Bliss Temple, in the Great Hall. There are still no obvious characteristics. Son of God is still not sure. Tomorrow is the selection for the Buddha's main hall. We have no way of controlling who the Son of God is. This is killing me. Until now, there have only been 2 seal of who have awakened, and no one else. In the audience hall, discussions were rife. Everyone was feeling anxious. Who exactly was the Son of God? Would a new Buddha root appear? All of this made them feel like ants on a hot pan. The host said slightly, How is the investigation of the evil spirit monk that appeared in the assessment, the person he was targeting called Chief Wang? Just by hearing the name, it is impossible for him to be a son of God. What is there to investigate? Chief Wang, when I think of this name, I feel that it's really funny. There's no need to check. There was no one who took a person with such a sloppy name to heart. Chief Wang. How could a chef be a son of God? The host frowned and said, Everything is possible. The people of Evil Spirit Tribe could have figured out who the Son of God is before us. If by any chance he is the Son of God. Before he could finish, a few elders burst out laughing. If he is a son of God, I am still his father. Chief Wang, is it son of God? Ha ha ha. The host frowned in annoyance. The main hall quieted down. The long-browed elder slightly said, This person indeed needs to be checked, but there is no time left. The Bliss Temple's examination is going to start in a few hours. The most important thing is to strengthen our defense. Long-browed man said lightly. One of the monks said, I have already sent all of the disciples of the Martial Buddha Hall out. The next morning, at the entrance of Bliss Temple, all the high-level monks and elders all appeared at the entrance. They were welcoming the new Son of God. One of them must be the Son of God. No matter who it was, they would not dare to neglect it. Suddenly, an elder frowned. Why is that kid here? Long brows secretly frowned. At this moment, a Bliss Temple of the Bliss Temple landed in front of Long Fei. He moved his diamond staff and pointed it at Long Fei's face, saying, You have already been expelled from the Bliss Temple. You are not allowed to step even half a step into this place. Chapter 1921 Buddha's Main Hall, The Good Show Begins. Chapter 1921 Buddha's Main Hall. The good show begins. Long Fei was a very special existence, because he was the person who brought the Tian Shu back to the holy Buddhahood for the Buddha root. And even more so, the sinner of holy Buddhahood. Of course, Long Fei didn't do anything. If possible, many people wanted Long Fei to disappear from this world. When they saw Long Fei among the crowd, the expressions of many people suddenly changed. When Long Fei appeared, the evil spirit tribe would definitely appear. Long Fei stood in place without moving an inch. An elder shouted, "What are you doing among the examinees? Could it be that you, an outsider, can pass the examination? Could it be that you want to become a son of God and take command of a holy Buddhahood?" As soon as he finished, many people began to laugh. Him? Is he worthy? He's just an outsider. What the heck is he? Does he know what a Buddha is? Do you know what is a son of God? Although they were all cultivators, there was a huge gap between cultivators. To them, Long Fei would only bring them harm, ridiculing, disdaining, and disdaining. They were not happy with Long Fei's appearance. Bick said softly, "Big Chef, how did you offend the big boss of Bliss Temple? They are not like those monks, and are even more untouchable." The young master's gaze tightened. He and Bick looked at each other, and they could not help but move closer to Long Fei. It was as if he was instinctively protecting Long Fei. Even they themselves could not say. Long Fei smiled faintly, looked at the elder who spoke and said, "Why can't I come? You don't seem to have any rules preventing outsiders from participating in the Son of God selection, do you? You passed the selection?" The elder frowned. Another elder immediately said, "Your name isn't on the list." "Yes. You want to lie to us without your name? Kid, why don't you take a look at this place?" Bick said, "He is called Chief Wang, look and see if he has such a name." As soon as he finished, Long Brow's expression changed immediately. A smile appeared on the host's face as he took a step forward and said, "Since he has a name and has passed the examination, we can't reject him." "No way." Long Brows immediately stood up and objected. "He's cheating. Son of God can't be such a despicable and sinister villain." "I agree with the long-browed master." "I agree too." "I agree too." Immediately, quite a few people agreed. They definitely could not give Long Fei any chance. Even if everyone knew that he could not become the Son of God, they could not give him even the slightest chance. The more seconds he stayed in the Bliss Temple, the more dangerous this place would be. It has to be said that the reason the evil spirit tribe didn't make a move on the Bliss Temple for the past few hundred years wasn't because of his strength, but because they were waiting for him to appear. Now that Long Fei's identity was exposed, evil spirit tribe would definitely rush over at the first possible moment. During the crucial time of the Son of God selection, they could not take this risk. The host's eyes shook and said, "His name is just a code name, whether it's called Master Chef or Long Fei, this is his name. Among the 100 disciples, anyone has the possibility to become a son of God, and we cannot reject anyone, even if he is from the outside world. If..." As he said this, the host's voice sank and he said faintly, "If you object, then I will definitely protect him for the sake of the Son of God selection." The entire audience was slightly startled. With the host's order, who would dare to make a move? Long Brows slowly spoke. "Senior brother, are you sure you want to protect him? If the evil spirit tribe attack and the Bliss Temple is not protected, would you be able to take responsibility for it?" He directly crushed them with the evil spirit tribe. The host said, "I will bear all of it." Long Brows said, "Senior brother, for an outsider, what you're doing is not worth it." The host said, "Whether it's worth it or not, I know my limits. There's no need for you to remind me. If anyone dares to make things difficult for him again, don't blame this old man for being impolite." Long-browed face sank. The faces of the surrounding monks and elders also changed. Bick was secretly excited and whispered, "Wow, Chef, you are so valiant. I never thought that the host would actually protect you. The rich young master also whispered, Chef, just who are you? Aren't you someone from the holy Buddhahood? The outside world? Where are you from? Long Fei did not reply. Instead, he walked up to the host, bent down slightly and said, Thank you. The host revealed a kind smile and said, Long Fei, do your best. Even if you aren't son of God, you don't have to worry. Long Fei nodded and said, I know. It was also at this time. Long Fei's gaze swept across them as he said while looking at Long Brow's, I know you hate me, but don't worry. I'll keep making you feel bad. Kid, what did you say? This is too arrogant. Who do you think you are, kid? How dare you speak to Master Long Eyebrow like that? Several elders immediately shouted. Long Fei did not fear at all, and did not even look at these people. I will become a son of God. You! Just get on your knees in front of me and let me slap your face. Domineering. Power. Extremely savage. The entire Bliss Temple was furious. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen one who was so arrogant. Who is the Long Eyebrow Grandmaster? A person who was almost on the same level as the host actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Wasn't this a provocation? Isn't he challenging the entire Bliss Temple? Zhang Mei smiled and said, To me, a person who lives by relying on the strength of others is nothing more than a talker. Long Fei, you will never become a son of God. Absolutely. Impossible. Long Brows also stopped with each word. Long Fei laughed. Then we'll see. The atmosphere was tense and filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would explode at any moment. Bick and the rich young master were extremely nervous, as if they were afraid that Bliss Temple's monk would attack more often than them. However, he was nervous but relieved. The big door of the Bliss Temple opened, and a straight flight of stairs that led to the Buddha's main hall appeared in front of them. Above the 9999 step was the Buddha's main hall. It was also the final test of this battle. 100 people came up the step. Bick asked excitedly, That is Buddha's main hall? Wow, this is like a dream. Every single person in the Holy Buddha Palace would be incomparably excited to see a Buddha's main hall, because this was the sacred place in their hearts. Some people, had very calm expressions. On the way to Buddha's main hall, White Cloth Saint walked to Long Fei's side and said, You want to become a son of God? Long Fei smiled at her and said, Could it be that you don't want to? White Cloth Saint said, I want to, but I want your life even more. Finished. The holy maiden laughed coldly, her smile was very demonic, her killing intent was cold, and she said in a low voice, Buddha's main hall, the good show is about to begin. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.